Doritos, ladies and gentlemen. Hi, YouTube. What is up? How are you guys doing? Dude, I'm so fucking hyped. I'm not even gonna lie to you guys. Like, I was telling them earlier, like, throughout the week, I've been thinking about that fucking rat. What is a rat? What is the rat? What is la rata? Like, you know, what is a... Like, what the fuck is the rat, bro? I can't even explain it, dude. Like, it's been on my mind. Like, what is it? Like, I feel like it's a huge misdirection, but it's fucking me up, dude. It is fucking me up. Guys, I appreciate you all being here. I have to go ahead and state this. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not about predictions. I will always state this because there seems to be some people that like to go, oh, look at him saying it's not about predictions and calling himself a wizard. You know, fucking stupid shit. Bro, this whole thing, like, it doesn't matter whatever a person decides to do, whether it's, you know, the amazing Tiabu, Autosave, Brady, myself, SP, Nat, whoever makes content on Mushoku Tensei, there always seems to be people that just want to go ahead and hate on shit. No matter what happens, no matter what people do, no matter what ends up like coming through with it, there seems to be some people that just want to go ahead and start shit, whether it's because you're actually showing like peer-reviewed evidence or 101 other things out there. People are always going a little bit wild because of it, right? Through that though, I do want to go ahead and say the main purpose of this channel, this is why all the videos on YouTube are completely unmonetized for any reaction and anything like that, because it's not about the actual reaction, like, you know, element. It's about the actual, like, taking the time to analyze it. And this information should be free and open and out there for people. Second thing, when it comes to stuff like this, yes, there are some people that like to come and spoil. If people spoil something light, like, am I gonna, like, of course, the mods try and contain it to the best of their abilities, which huge props to the mods. But second off, is it going to be the end of the world? Sounds good, Alice. I love you. I appreciate you. No, like, for me, it's more about how the character takes this journey and what that character is for them. Which, by the way, if you're a psychology student, and I do say psychology student because when you become a therapist and or a psychologist at higher levels of your graduate classes, there's a thing called unconditional positive regard. And I've seen some people in their lower levels of study, not to be like shaming or anything like that, who look at Rudy and immediately go into shame concepts. And it's like, no, as a therapist, as a psychologist, you have to have unconditional positive regard towards your clients, towards whatever's presented in front of you, because you have to be able to empathize with them where they're at and be able to grow with them. You have to be able to take their story, whatever story, they might be the world's most unreliable narrators out there, but you have to take the story that they're giving you and be able to work with it. That is what it means to be a good therapist. That is what it means to be a good psychologist, is being able to navigate through the story that they're giving you and be able to go ahead and use that unconditional positive regard to be able to build off of that and allow them to grow. Because if you shame people like this, I am scared that once you, like, people take that step to becoming a therapist or a future psychologist, they're gonna be like, I can't work with you, bro. Ill, you're disgusting because of this or that, or shaming them because of aspects of their past instead of acknowledging, like, going through with that journey with them, you know. Exactly, SFS. Exactly. So that's one of the big moments, one of the big realizations, one of the big things to throw out there, because I've seen some people try and use, like, their bachelor degree or their associate's degree to be like, this is disgusting, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, bro, like, you learn, especially as you go through the higher, like, you know, higher education levels, like, what unconditional positive regard is, what being there for people is. I've worked with criminals of all offenses and whatnot. I can't be, like, if I want them to open up, then, like, I definitely don't agree with what they did, but, like, you can't be there and be shaming them, because if you shame them, what does that do? That causes them to shut off and not trust the system. And that also, yeah, it can be rough. Through that, though, cheers, Mushoku Tensei Sunday, ladies and gentlemen, cheers. Whoo, get my energy up in here. Ed was locked in a rubber room with rats. It's quite a rough job. It is. You have a lot to deal with. You have a lot to fucking deal with. Through that, though, I do want to start off by doing this. There are people out there, and SP brought this up to my attention, who are shitting on individuals saying, oh, you know, erectile dysfunction isn't that bad. There's really no psychology in ED. You're wrong. You're wrong, son. There's a lot. And also, while going through this, guys, I am quickly doing a brief overview of this because you guys can go and read these studies yourself. I am not gonna go and read, because some people are like, yeah, well, you can pick and choose elements. These are peer-reviewed studies. If you want to read more, go and read them yourself. There's some people out there that are just amazing, that are like, or that are just like, you have to read word per word of it. No, you don't. No, you don't. You literally just have to go through, and if people want to read more, they can read more. But let's look at the conclusion, what they were looking for and what they found. It is as easy as that, as a good way for people to go out and take that time. We don't have time here to read all these peer-reviewed studies. Yeah. Let's start this off. Prevalence and severity of erectile dysfunction in 50 to 75-year-old Finnish men, right? That's pretty much what their purpose was. Okay, what was the results? The overall prevalence of erectile dysfunction was 76.5% of ED, increased from 67% for men 50 years old to 89% to those 75 years old. ED is a very common thing. ED is a very, very common thing. You can find these at the National Library of Medicine. There you go. Next one. Relationship between post-traumatic stress disorder and sexual difficulties. A systematic review of veterans and military personnel with sexual dysfunction. PTSD is linked to a range of sexual outcomes. The literature suggests that PTSD is associated with sexual difficulties and sexual response cycles, sexual desire, and other prevalencies. Other emotional relationships to sexual activities. More research is needed. Yeah. Okay, cool. So that's saying that PTSD is linked to a lot of these. Just an erectile dysfunction. Where are we at? I had it here. We'll come back to that one, because there's another one. I think that's the one that I wanted to go to erase here. Okay, psychological factors related to the impotence as sexual dysfunction in young men. A literature scan of noteworthy research frames. Blah 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 blah. All right, all the way down, my friend, all the way down. If I could find it. There's some really, really good, interesting things. So even through this, young population, we chose to focus on a young population rather than the over 40s on ED. The prevalence of ED in this population might be underestimated because of underreporting, and could be as high as 30%. In the population under the age of 40, unlike the rest of the population, the cause of sexual dysfunctions, especially erectile dysfunction, was mostly psychogenic. 85.2% had psychogenic ED as the primary etiology. People that say, oh, it's unrealistic. I'm sorry. You're wrong. Okay, last one. Yeah, it's a lot. And it's still talking about people who underreport, which is a sad thing. Erectile dysfunction in patients with anxiety disorders, a systematic review. Go all the way down to the conclusion, which is always one of the best parts to go ahead and do. Conclusion. Identified a high prevalence of ED in the anxiety disorder population, with evidence that ED may be more severe in this population. Therefore, this advocates that this is an important clinical topic. However, there's limited evidence is limited because of high heterogeneity, because between the studies of papers, so on and so forth. It's just literature suggests that men with anxiety disorders may exhibit risk factors of ED. So there you go. In some cases, researching and actually like getting populations and aspects like this becomes really, really difficult to fully nail down because of underreporting, because people are scared of coming up and saying it, because people are genuinely terrified of saying, hey, you know what? I'm suffering from this disease. So that's why I think that's why it's important to talk about it. Did that make sense to all of you? Like, does that make sense? Does that give a good outlook as to why, like, you know, erectile dysfunction is linked with a lot of psychogenics or psychological issues? A lot, actually. Well, I'm glad. And actually, there's one more that I think that's what I was looking for, which is in the U.S. specifically. Here we go. Let me find it. Because I found this one and I found it interesting, and I was like, I have to show chat this. Hold on. Where's it at, dude? I literally had it up because I was like, this is good. This is good. It was talking about something about the prevalence of like jumping between ages. Once I find it, I'll probably link it. Jumping between ages, where it goes up from like 20 to 30% when you're younger, to 50% middle age, to like 70% when you're much older, which is very much in line with the study that they were doing in the Finnish side of things. So I just found that really, really interesting of stuff. Haters hack to make it disappear. Alec, thanks so much for the sub. Appreciate it. Yeah, I know, right? I know. I read an article today. It's about 10% for every 10 years that pass after 20, which is terrifying, Nick, if you think about it. And it makes sense. It aligns a lot with the research that is available out there. And also, guys, if you are going through ED, through any sexual dysfunction, anything that may be out there, don't be afraid to ask for help, ladies and gentlemen. Like, even for the girls, you know, if we're gonna be real with it, like, you know, there can be 101 other sexual dysfunction for women as well. And for everyone in between, ask for help, guys. Ask for help. There are sexual therapists, there are sexologists out there that can help you out in identifying these issues and helping out with all of these issues. I just want to go ahead and be straight up about it. Like, this channel, like, you know, this everything is not a replacement for therapy. It's not. I'm stating all of this. If you guys need any form of help, seek your local mental health providers. I'm not going to be your therapist, guys. I love y'all to death. You guys mean the absolute world to me, but I'm not going to be your therapist. I'm not going to be your psychologist. Hope y'all know that. Like, I will be, like, you know, I'm first and foremost, I'm going to go ahead and state things, and we're going to use these characters to relate and to break them down and have relational factors. But I'm not going to be your therapist. I'm not going to be your psychologist. For that, if you are going through a really, really rough time, go seek out help. However, if you need a community or an aspect of people who can really get you, understand, and you can talk and be yourself, we have the Discord there, guys. Feel free to go ahead and join. Thanks so much for the sub, Tala. Appreciate it. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I can be your bro. I can be your bro. That I don't mind. Ladies and gentlemen, cheers. Cheers. Are you ready? Found your Arcane videos on YouTube. Amazing. Well, thank you. We actually just did the Annie trailer yesterday, which was really, really fucking good. Let's go. I think this is, yeah, we're starting right off. Fuck it. You guys need audio. What am I doing? Y'all need audio. I've been thinking you have, but you don't have Rat Jam. Alex, tell the mods.
あの二人がくっつくというのは意外でしたね。
Neither did I. Neither did I. Oh no.
そういえばルディはどうなんだろう。女の子好きなのは間違いないらしいけど、実践しているのかな。違う、分かっている。ルディは僕に向かってじゃなく、フリッツに向かって手を振っているんだ。
Adorable, man.
サイレントは女性だった。ルディは明らかに彼女を意識している。あの二人の間には何か特別な僕の知らないつながりがある。その心の距離はブエナ村にいた頃の僕よりも近い。
Cognitive distortions, my friend. Oh, cognitive distortions at their finest. Let me move this out of the way here. Cognitive distortions at their finest, ladies and gentlemen. Let me pull this up. When we're teenagers, when we're teens, even as adults, we fucking have this. How often does this appear? Like, how often does, like, the whole, oh, well, he's hanging out with that person, so therefore he might not like me. Ooh, ada, he might not like... I don't mean to be fucking cringe, but, you know, like, he's talking to his other Discord kitten, like, you know, or whatnot. Like, people just be over the top some days with it. Like, no, and it doesn't go away unless you work on it, right? Embrace the cringe. Oh, fuck yeah, dude. So let's talk about that. Let's talk about that just for a second here. If we're looking at Sylphie right now, in a lot of Sylphie's perspectives, what cognitive distortions is she showing? He's not reacting to my greetings. Coterism, welcome on in. Appreciate it. I had that with the friend if I saw them outside. Polarized thinking. A student who gets an A- on an exam feels like they're a failure because they're only used to A+ grades. They have the mentality, if I am not successful at everything I do, I'm a complete failure. I don't see that in here. Number 2, mental filtering. Negative mental filtering. An employee receives a good performance review but focus on negative comments their managers made about them. Or disqualifying the positive. A student gets a good grade but overlooks it and tries to explain their good grade as simply luck or fluke instead of hard work. No, that doesn't really fit. Overgeneralization. A student receives a bad grade on one exam. Based on that, they think they're stupid and a failure and believe that in all future exams, they will get a bad grade. Yeah, not really. Jumping to conclusions. Well, I feel like we just reached somewhere. Mind reading. A friend you are spending time with seems distracted or uninterested. You jump to the conclusion that it has to do something with you. Fortune telling. You have a date, but you predict that the date will go bad. You make assumptions about the date before it has occurred. Got him. Number 5, catastrophizing or catastrophication. Magnification. A person's lunch date is running late and they assume the worst. They worry and they worry and escalate quickly and thoughts become exaggerated. Oh, he doesn't like me because he thinks I'm disgusting, because maybe he got in a car crash, because maybe he doesn't see me for who I am anymore. Maybe they're already close together, closer than how I was with them. Boom. Minimization. An athlete wins an award but does not acknowledge their accomplishments. They minimize the importance of the award. Number 6, personalization. What's up, John? You attend a party, but all of your friends are busy engaging with other people. You feel like they do not have any interest in being your friends and engaging in conversations with you. This makes you think you don't belong and are unfairly excluded. I'm going to be honest with you. I think it is quite literally these 3, 4, 5, and 6. I would agree with you guys. I think it is 4, 5, and 6. Perspectively on that. So for Sylphie, we already see that she has 4, 5, and 6. What does this mean? What does this mean? I'm gonna be straight up with you. Teenagers that usually fall in line with like having a lot of these it seems we have a topic for the next oh no, Mickey. Like teenagers that have a lot of like cognitive distortions, especially these 3. Oh, but I have to prove it wrong. No. I can be your white knight and savior. Like, I can be there for you. I can make this go away. Oh, wait a minute. I can make this go away. Oh, you're not thinking about me? Are you thinking about me now? Are you thinking about me now? You know, like, it becomes over the top to try and go ahead and, like, get attention. To try and go ahead and, like, welcome on in, Dragon, to try and go ahead and like see if they can go ahead and like either disprove some of these cognitive distortions or reaffirm them. And the reason why I'm saying this is because sometimes I'll share this, right? Which is, let's say someone has a core schema, and this relates to this show because if you think about it through Sylphie's perspective or even your own, you'll understand it, right? Let's say your core schema is I am worthless, right? That is your core schema. Since you were a child, your parents would tell you this. You had all these issues. This is your core schema. And you have these cognitive distortions where you overgeneralize, you jump to conclusions, and you magnify. Let's say that you go through life, right? And you are where you are today. Your partner, you're having a crisis moment. Your partner doesn't answer you. Your partner stops, like, you know, you're calling them and they just don't answer you. What does that do? Your cognitive distortions come into play. You're jumping to conclusions. You're magnifying it. And guess what that does in and of itself? It magnifies your core schema. So if you already have a fucked up schema, right, that you're working through, like something that can be like, I am worthless, I am stupid, I am not enough, I am whatever, right? Like those are core schemas. And you put a layer of like, it's like we're making a hamburger of like trauma. You have a fucked up schema. That's the bun, right? Then you put the patty on there, and that's like all these cognitive distortions. And then you have the world or society reaffirming it, and you get a full like burger of trauma, right? And that's really, really interesting to think about, because for this, if we look at Sylphie and we see them having these three things, like it becomes like, is she trying to go ahead and reaffirm what she's saying? Is she going to test the limits to try and see if it's true or not, or what's going to come from it? That sounds delicious. Yum, a burger. It's okay, dude. I hope that makes sense, though. Saludos, siempre veo tus reacciones de YouTube con subtítulos. Ah, pues bienvenido. ¿Cómo estás? I feel like I work with someone like this. Ask me 5 times in 10 minutes if he's good looking. And if you don't reaffirm, he gets very defensive. Yeah, right. Because that is a core schema. Yeah. So you digest trauma. You start working through it. And this is a good way of metaphor of thinking about it is you don't just get a whole burger, and just go, wow, right? Like that can make you choke, that can make you die, that can be too much. So what you do in therapy is you take it apart piece by piece. So that way it's in edible chunks that you can digest at your own time and not choke with the huge amount of information that came through with it. That is actually a cool little example. Thanks, chat. You just gave me a good little example to reference for like teenagers and whatnot as to what trauma may look like. Oh, shit, dude. Appreciate it. Can I have cheese with the trauma? Oh, no. Oh, no. But let's take this a step further. We're just scratching the surface here. And y'all know that here at Psyculturist, we don't just scratch the surface. I know that joke was surprisingly relevant. We don't just scratch the surface. How old is Sylphie? Trauma is stored in the bowls and it's burger, noted. Thank you. A manipulative genius who had many schemas. 15, 16. All right. This is Erikson's developmental theory. Really, really wonderful, especially if you're getting into the field. I would suggest overviewing Piaget, Erikson, 101 other aspects out there. 15. Adolescence, identity versus role confusion. Teens need to develop a sense of self and personal identity. Success leads to an ability to stay true to yourself, while failure leads to role confusion and a weak sense of self. Who is Sylphie? Is Sylphie Fitz or Sylphie? Even through this, when did the dispersion incident happen? Oh, that's right. School age. Children need to cope with new social and academic demands. Success leads to feelings of competence, while failure results in feelings of inferiority. Ooh, okay. So there's already a lot of trauma there. When was Sylphie being bullied? When was Sylphie being bullied, ladies and gentlemen? Aunque son las mismas personas. She was 5. Initiative versus guilt. Children need to begin asserting control and power over their environment. Success in this stage leads to a sense of purpose. Children who try to exert too much experience disapproval, resulting in a sense of guilt. I feel guilty that Rudy's not here with me. I feel guilty that, like, you know, that, like, I don't know where everyone else is. There's a lot of guilt that comes into play with this. And we've seen this in Rudy as well, right? Like, Sylphie has a massive role conflict. Yep. There's a lot of trauma that can be stated through this. But even through this, if we're going to be realistic about it, this is to do with modern society. This is to do with our understanding of society nowadays. If we were to take this and we were to scale this back, and I do wonder how this chart would look. Like if we were to scale this back into especially age ranges back in the day, would you guys make the safe assumption that maybe, just maybe, a lo mejor, all of these roles would be younger because people were dying off earlier? Yeah. That is what my thought process goes into this, because this is designed for modern day understanding. So I have a feeling that a majority of this we can look at and even think, because of age ranges, because people were dying off earlier, maybe a lot of this could be condensed for earlier years. So just for safety, let's look at intimacy versus isolation, right? Young adults need to form intimate, loving relationships with other people. Success leads to strong relationship, while failure results in loneliness and isolation, or feelings of loneliness and isolation. That is interesting. Is elf psychology the same as human psychology? I mean, if it's studies of the mind, then probably yes. If a lot of people, let me start this off, right? Guys, psychology is a study of the mind, not a study of the human mind. First off, let me go ahead and clarify that. There seems to be a lot of people out there who like to think, oh, you're a psychologist, therefore you can only relate to humanity in that instance. If there were other species, other like say elves or dwarves or angels that are kind of freaky or something like that, right? There are animal psychologists. So what comes through with that, right? What comes through with that is a deeper understanding of how do their minds work? Why does it work this way? For example, why do animals do the whole prey, like why do they go into like full predator prey mode? What aspects come into them? What instincts that like their fight or flight mode, or so on and so forth. So that's why for me it's like if people have emotions and you're able to go in and understand even characters, which surprise surprise, if you're going through your master's degree or doctorate's degree, guess what a majority of case studies are? Take a wild guess. Or some case studies are. Some case studies are built on like real cases and stuff that have happened in the past. But a lot of times they'll use fictional stories with fictional characters as a way to get your mind going, as a way to get your brain fully going. I've heard some people say you can't do that because they're fictional characters, and it's like, bro, there's a thing called case studies. I'm not sure if you've heard of them. Hola, ¿cómo estás, Jesús? ¿Qué puedo hacer si perdí mi billetera? Pobrecito. I suppose you could argue the lack of environmental security and the needs being met for people in prior cultures could meet Yep, into adulthood. Probably, yeah. But through that, really, really interesting topics. I hope that you guys enjoyed that, because that is actually really, really, for me, that's interesting. For me, that's really interesting. And I guess here comes the last one. What is she looking for? Llorar? What is she looking for? This is Sternberg's triangular theory of love. What we're looking for, what we, like a lot of people look for in a relationship, what is she looking for? Is she looking for intimacy and commitment? Is she looking for pasión? What is she looking for? Some people are saying romantic, passion, and intimacy. You don't think that she might be looking for Rudy to be there with her? I feel like she might be looking for maybe like an actual relationship with Rudy. I feel like she might be looking for maybe Rudy to be there with her in that aspect. Because romantic love here is passion and intimacy. So sex and vulnerability versus, vulnerability and being able to be with one another. Or is she looking for consummate love, which is all three? Is she looking for her companion, or is she looking for full on like a husbando here? Wants to stay together. That's where all of this lines of thinking come in. A lot of people have issues with Sternberg, with this triangle theory of love, but a lot of this is like, because you can label 1,001 other aspects like desire and whatnot, but you can put desire into passion and a lot of these other things. So for yourself, and if we were to reflect this on yourself, what are you looking for? That's right, you don't get to get away from this. What are you looking for in love? At this moment, what would make you happy? What would allow you to go through life? What would allow you to be happy with what you have in life and how you can proceed with life? For some people, it might be romantic love. For some people, it might just be sex. For some people, it might just be finding someone to be vulnerable with. For some people, it might just be having someone there. Don't matter if there's intimacy or not. Oof, man, what a difficult question. So what are you looking for? Consummate love can be difficult to find. So this is a question for you guys. What are you looking for? Arrow Ace. Are you looking for empty love? Just commitment? Are you looking for just vulnerability, gold luck? Interesting stuff to ask yourself, ladies and gentlemen. Really, really interesting stuff to be there, to truly process, I think. All right, and we're back at it again. I'm looking for infatuation. I don't think anything can really make me happy or content. I'll always feel like it's not good enough, or I'm not good enough for happiness. That is a score schema, my friend Minmoto, and that is just what we went over. That is something I'm going to be straight up with you. That is something definitely worth looking into, especially with the therapist or psychologist, to work through it, because sometimes the world around us can affirm that core schema. And like, let's say that you get into a relationship and that person breaks up with you in a healthy way, you might still take that on and be like, I am unworthy of love. So it might be something worth looking into with your mental health professional. Absolutely. Hearing about this makes me want you to watch Scum's Wish even more. Oh God, no. Oh God, no. Let's keep it to classy anime, shall we? Let's keep it to classy anime. Let's keep it to classy anime, shall we? Oh no.
彼女はポッと出てきたくせにルディと昔から一緒にいたみたいに座った。とても近い位置に。どうしよう。足がすくんで前に進めない。どこに勇気を落としてしまったんだろう。誰か僕の勇気を返してほしい。
Here's the thing, though, and I agree with this. This is why it's scary, right? Especially if you have a crush. If you have a crush, I promise it's a no. If you have a crush and say that they meet up with someone, and that person, like, say that you have a crush and this person is from another country. You guys are talking. You guys become really, really good friends. I hope. I'm going to use Nick or Alice as an example. Let's say that, like, I meet up with Nick or Alice and I have a huge crush on them. I'm like, like, you know, like, they're my crush or whatever. Someone comes through from their country, right? And they instantly like, oh, we're from the same city. No fucking way. I don't even know who you are. Like, you know, and they start chatting. What does that do to you? You start feeling like the outsider. Even though I might have known them for a majority of time, right? Like for Nick, right? Like even though I might know Nick or Kaufme or a lot of these people for a while, like because they have this, like, and this is what propinquity is, because they're able to build propinquity with someone from where they know and they have this secret language and stuff, all of a sudden I'm feeling like the outsider. I'm feeling like the person that's intruding in this relationship. Agree. So this is why it's important to talk about it. Because if I were to ask you guys this, how many of you guys have ever felt like an outsider, even in your own relationship? At some points. How many of you have felt like an outsider when you were like dating someone or friends with someone and they reconnected with another friend and you're like, oh shit, like I feel awkward. I'm just going to stand here and drink, you know, like. No, it can be friendships. It doesn't have to just be like romantic relationships. It happens to a lot of us because of that level of interaction, that depth level of interactions. Like, yep. To the friend thing. Exactly. You can feel like an outsider even if you don't have a relationship. True. As someone who has social anxiety like me. How are you dealing with that, dude? Because social anxiety can be a bitch. Like, it can be hard. It can be hard to deal with, man. Like, what does it feel? I consider myself like an introvert, an extroverted introvert. Like, I can go out, I can chill, I can do speeches and go out in big public events. However, I need my downtime to fucking recharge. Like, I don't want to be like out in public and dealing with public events 99% like of times, you know, like I need my downtime, you know. But like social anxiety, it can still be there and it can be a bitch to deal with, which is why I'm like, how are you dealing with it, man? Are you okay with it? Because it can be a lot. And talking is exhausting. Yeah, no, I'm sure. But I bring this up because even through this, if you feel like an outsider in those relationships, how has it been, like, for yourself? How hard has it been to, like, step on in? Like, step in there and have an actual conversation and normalize it. Were you able to do that, or did you feel like an outsider until that person left? Like being alone. I have social anxiety too. I guess I'm getting used to being alone. Oh, survivor. People tend to think introvert is hating doing social stuff. Or isn't it most that it drains you? Oh, it just drains me. I don't mind doing social shit. But it's draining. The way I consider this is and this might be a good tool to think about for yourself for self-care and maybe even burnout. And I am using this also to relate to the characters in here. Imagine you have I'm using my drumsticks, but imagine you have 10 spoons in a day, 10 drumsticks in a day. And this is all your empathy and compassion, right? As you're going out there and you're interacting with people, you're like, you give them a drumstick. Boom. 1, 2, 3. You're doing hard shit. You're interacting with people and you're giving them a portion of your empathy, right? Of the empathy that stands with you before you start feeling drained. How many of you, I'm going to ask this in genuine terms. Say that I am your close friend having a really, really shitty day. Now I'm like, dude, I need that last little bit of empathy that you have. I just need you to be there with me. I just need you to go ahead and, and you're drained. This is your last one. And we all come with different meters. Some of us have 3, some of us have 1, some of us have 15. How many of you would give me that stick? The last little empathy of that you have. How many of you would do it? A lot of people do. I know for a bad time I had a habit of doing that. And it started feeling draining. And I started going through compassion fatigue. And I started feeling burnt out. Through that, and I guess this is an important matter, is through that, you got to be careful. And this is why you got to put on your own mask first. Like, self-care is important, which is why I always state this. Put your own mask first. Like, even if you have to draw boundaries and be like, dude, I would love to listen to you, but right now I'm drained. Like, I literally have like nothing left to give type of thing. Because if you don't put that mask on first, you're just literally like, it ends up hurting you. That's why I'm like, oof, working retail drained me. Mine extroverted when paid. Yeah, fair. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? Also, if you think about it like Rudy or like Sophie, that's one thing I've been wondering is how is her empathy meter? How long can she interact before she's overwhelmed with people? And I don't mean like being silent fits. I mean genuinely talking to people. Is Sophie gonna get pregnant? Is someone gonna end up pregnant? Is Elena Elise gonna end up pregnant? What? Good question. Oh no. Look, all I'm asking for, is she gonna end up pregante? That quite came out of nowhere. How did I reach this conclusion? Let's look at the drapes at this. You know, oh, I see. Thank you. Thank you. And then look, right? Look, okay. You guys might be like, it's on a dirty dog sequence. But, like, I'm thinking about this as, like, oh, there's light. Like, life. You know, there's light. Like, it's darkness. There's light on the other side. And it opens up. Think about it, right? There's light there. And then, like, let's transform it into this, right? Which is... the bird, right? Selfie goes through, and then what do we see? What do we see? But Rudy in the light. So, like, Rudy in the juice. Is Rudy in the juice, ladies and gentlemen? Is Rudy in the juice? Is he a juicer, man? Like, getting reborn, or like life in of itself? Like, if we were to look at this, right? Like, if we're to look at this, like, a concept of this is like, you know, for example, there's light on the other side of the tunnel. There's life there as opposed to back here. Even in a theatrical moment where they're like, we have a thing between being off and on, right? Rudy is a baby. So Rudy's going to be a second time reincarnate. I don't think about reincarnation. I think about, like, literally life, like sex. Like, there it is. There is your stage. And, you know, something like that. So this comes through with the moment of, like, there's light here. There's a huge aspect. And if you've ever been in theater, you know that you truly don't come to life until the lights hit you, until the lights come up, until you're there. And it's interesting that the curtains are coming apart and life is coming into this, which is an interesting, introspection in of itself. If we're to take this as us, the viewers, being behind the curtain and us not realizing, or us coming into life and seeing what's happening through this because of these curtains. I'm on time for once. From that initial conclusion. I imagine you guys, when I asked that question, you guys are like, hold on. Let me imitate a lot of, like, the random, like, YouTube commentators that are come from that. How dare you? How could you come to that conclusion? Even though it's, like, pretty fucking obvious, dude. Like, one question made chat go 100 miles an hour. I know, dude. I fucking know. This light leads into the woman in the room. And I'm guessing that this is a representation of all three girls, yeah? Of Sylphie, Eris, and Roxy. So it makes me wonder, like... It really does make me wonder, like, is... And of course, we have the big symbolism for sex here, right? We have a big symbolism for sex here with the wine being spilled. So don't you guys find that interesting? An open cage in front of the legs. Yeah. I like how we're now taking like this perspective and we're finding a lot more clues. So let's look at it again. First one, this aspect like this. They could have shown this any other way. They could have actually front-lit this, right? And like led us into the room, which would have been a different color, right? If we go with different shades of light, like if it was like a spotlight or different like LED lights up front leading into this room. But no, they instead decided to backlit the same way that life comes out, right? Which is interesting. Taking that perspective feels dirty. That's not a curtain, that's a lip. But it's an important theme, and I feel like people often think sex is bad. And I think there are layers to Mushoku Tensei. There's so many layers in this show, and I feel like there are people who immediately see sex and are like, no, this is bad. This is not something that we should talk about. When it's like, no, dude, sex can be more than just good or bad. Sex can be used to take out your emotions. Sex can literally be used to heal. Sex can be used to connect or form a sense of physical intimacy. Sex can be allowed to even express yourself in play, even in that aspect, as weird as that may sound. Sex can be used for 101 other aspects. Like, sex is not just good or bad or for procreation. Sex can be used for 101 other things. Sex doesn't just have to be penetrative. Sex doesn't just have to be, there's 101 other reasons for sex to be there. And I think a big portion of sex in of itself is the different layers of connections that we built from that. And I think that's something through that, right? Crafting an opening just for Ed to find new things every time. Well, that's what I'm saying. The fucking animators are amazing, dude. The animators are fucking amazing. Talking about love and sex for some reason in reality. Yeah, no, and for some people, because there's a lot of cultures that bring up concepts of shame in sex. But it's like, if you're not able to express yourself and talk about these themes, how do you expect to express yourself to your partner about these things? Right. And this is a big thing I'll throw out there, which is for you guys in of yourselves, especially if you're in relationships or you're messing around or you plan on getting in a relationship in the future. Communicate. Be open to talking about things like this, about what you're comfortable with and not comfortable with. Because for me, this is huge, man. Like, the animators spent a lot of time putting in a lot of references in here, which is why I'm saying I see this as life. I see this as a concept of sex, as a concept of whatnot, because they could have put this in any other formation. They could have put lights in front of it and literally put a stronger light in the back, but they decided not to. And this leads into this bird cage that is open right in front of their legs, with a girl representing all three of them laying down, right? With the wine being spilt, that, as we previously covered, represents sex in of itself. So we have these aspects that are being showcased. We have these aspects that are being showcased as to what freedom maybe can mean, as to what sex can mean. And a concept that comes up is, even through this, can there be inferiority complexes that come through this? For example, see that Sylphie and Rudy end up together. Right? So that they end up together, they end up whatever. And see that Eris comes along, and Eris is like, Rudy, I didn't expect you to, whatever, I thought you would wait for me. And they end up together as well. Would Eris, and they open up it's a harem, whatever. Or it's they're Sylphia's inferiority concept itself. Right, but even through that, would Eris or Roxy or anyone else in this relationship consider themselves, like, if Sylphie was the first one or Roxy was the first one, would the others consider themselves like less than? Would there have to be moments where Rudy or others in the relationship would have to work to dispel this? Because this does happen in a lot of number one, in polygamous relationships or polyamorous relationships, if the boundaries aren't set properly as to what that relationship entails, what love is, and so on and so forth, there can be symptoms of jealousy and aspects in there, right? Also, girls are also represented not only in amalgamation of three, but also by the single feathers. Exactly. It's way worse when it comes to inferiority complexes. That would make me wonder, if all three of them got together, if this turned into a giant harem for whatever reason, would he be okay if the girls found another partner as well then? If he ends up with all three of them in that sense, right? And say that he starts fucking up, or he's fucking up or whatever, would that also, if the shoe went on the other foot, would he be okay with that? All four of them have huge inferiority complexes. I don't know. That's sort of why I'm highlighting that, is at least in this relationship, well, they'd have to tell about it beforehand in both accounts. I doubt it. He ain't feel like a hoarder. He ain't got anything to ask the rat. The answer is the rat. No, I think no. So yeah, I'm just curious. I'm super fucking curious as to what this entails, where this is gonna go. Awesome shit to see.
武器を返してほしい。
Sorry. Give me a second. Give me a second to cook. Just give me a second to cook, please. Give me a second to cook. I wish there were therapists in this world. I wish that there were psychologists in this world. I really, really fucking do. I really, really do. And this might just be a symptom of relapse or whatnot, but I'm scared. I'm scared. I am scared for what the future may bring. I'm scared that this may be a cycle that he himself may bring onto himself, right? The pot is boiling over. Like, this might be a cycle that continues unless he starts fixing himself in that aspect. The reason why I'm saying this is because, look, if we were taking these things too literally in the aspect of like, oh, Eris and this, okay, but what is Eris an example of? Chat. What is Eris an example of? Loss. Eris is an example of loss, of an attachment of loss. So what happens when he lost something? And not even a breakup, bro. I'm talking about loss in general. Attachment loss. Loss of a loved one. Loss of anyone, right? Friendship. Depression. And what happens when ED? Guys, that confuses me between like ED and my name. He was looking for death, literally. But through that, what also happened, guys? What did we get to see in the previous episodes when he's lost in the sauce? We got to see what ended up happening close with Sarah. We ended up seeing him going to a brothel. We ended up seeing him go through several extremities to try and feel something again, right? For his own little aspect of this, right? So seeing the fact that, like, and this is what scares me. With Eris, this already happened where he thought he was getting close. He formed this relationship, this bond. They come together and boom, she left. I'm scared that this might be a cyclical nature. I'm scared that, like, they might get together. Like, say that Fitz and Rudy get together, and for a short time it's going great. For a short time it's going wonderful. But some type of loss, an attachment loss, friendship loss, it happens to everyone. This ain't no fucking prediction. This is just a character analysis, like, that's coming directly from this, right? Which is sometimes we form this and the loss happens and it changes us as an individual. It causes us to either fuck up or spiral or relapse into situations. We've already seen this once with Eris and Sarah. You know, with Eris, you know, causing the big attachment break, the big everything, and then, you know, the things that came through from Sarah. So I'm sort of scared as to what may come if he gets with Sophie. They end up getting together and say that something happened, something major that takes away his foundation of trust, of whatnot. Is the cycle going to continue? It's not about he can't love. I'm more afraid of, is he going to fuck up this relationship? That's where my fear goes into. Of relapsing. My fear of relapse comes even harder because we've seen the extremities that he goes into. The OP song, it's called Spiral. Well, there you go. You see, like, spiraling and relapsing, it's close together. So that's my genuine fear. Because people go into this. I have a lot of people that come into couples counseling. I'll share this. who come into couples counseling. Thanks so much for the sub, Faranoda. Also, guys, I appreciate all the subs and love and whatnot. It means the world to me. You guys are absolute fucking goats. But Rudy is more stable friendship, so I think they can help him. They can. He might be like, relapsing doesn't mean coming all the way down to zero. It means falling back in their progression status, right? So he might have more friends there along with them, but that also scares me because that might also lead to more primal elements or states. I'll share this as I was stating. I have a lot of couples that come into couples therapy. Recently, not recently, like a couple of years ago, one of the major ones that popped up was quite literally, couple's been together for 10 years, right? They've had their good moments or bad moments, like in every other relationship. In the past, man was heartbroken. Man would go and drink. He would spiral out of control. This is before they got together. He would go and have sex with literally almost anything that moved. Man was on a tyrant, right? In their relationship, something, I guess if we're going to use the term recently, happened where they were together, they were doing fine, they were doing everything. They lost a loved one. I think it was his mom or something. Like, just completely lost. Boom, gone. Out of his life. What do you think happened? What do you guys think happened? What happened? The relapse. The behaviors. The learned behaviors that he had back then. He did have friends. He had friends that like were like, I'm here for you, whatnot. He actually had some friends from, from work and from other environments that maybe saw that as an opportunity to showcase a little bit more comfort, if you get what I mean. He hit rock bottom, and some friends, instead of helping him out, helped him, kept digging. Other friends supported him and tried to help him get back on his feet. And it was a huge topic as to what relapsing means and why it's important to address these things and not wait until it's too late. Yeah. Which is why I'm saying I'm looking at this, and that's what it's making me think, right? Which is this symbol of trust, the symbol of coming through, holding hands and connection. And what happens when that connection ruptures, right? What happens when something really big, an attachment or something, is lost? That could simply destroy everything he tried to build, right? In a big portion of life, and this is true to life, man. I'm gonna fucking throw this out there. This is true to life. We relapse on our shit. He might hurt Sophie. Yeah, he might. He might in the future. It's so bad. There's only one way after a really, really bad breakup was to listen to him while drinking. Yeah. Like, and this is why I'm saying is relapse is normal. I'm not going to stigmatize relapsing, because relapsing is normal, because that's the way that we've learned to deal with our world, with our environment. But through this, it's also important to highlight that, like, the importance of connections, the importance of having friends, the importance of our support system for healing and growth. Whew. And also, just because you relapse once doesn't mean you won't relapse again and again and again and again. I'm going to go ahead and highlight this because there seems to be some people that have been like, oh, how many of you have gone through a bad breakup and your parents have been like, or family members or whatever, have been like, oh, you're not over her yet? Why don't you just go out and date people? Why don't you just go out and do certain things? Or like, you went into really, really bad depression and they're like, oh, why aren't you happy? It doesn't work that way. It just doesn't work that way. What is the best thing he could do to prevent that? Honestly, talk about what he needs for comfort. Talk about what he needs for support. Talk about what, like, especially talking about the boundaries of relationships, the boundaries of himself and of others. You just triggered so many people, Ed. I know. Hold on. Oh, awesome. Give me 1 second, guys. I got you. Yeah, you guys know what's funny? We were just talking about this. Look what I just got. We were just talking about the trauma burger. predicting real life events. Oh, dude, that's that's gonna fucking make me cry, dude. They were just like, here you go. Gracias. Oh man. His wizard powers go stronger. Thanks so much for the follow. It's WWO. Oh, eat it before it comes back. El trauma se loca at McDonald's. Dude, that shit cracked me up. I'm sorry, YouTube. Yo, if you see this just happened live, dude. I didn't expect this. I've been streaming, and all of a sudden they, like, you know, because my family tends to come and chill with me on Sundays. It's like cultural family thing. They watch a sports game, whatnot. So if you hear goal or anything like that, it's because they're in the living room. I'm in my office space doing this, so you guys might hear them from time to time. But this is fucking wild, dude. That was like unintentional. Sabía que ese payaso Ronaldo. But anyway, back to the topic at hand. Attachment, man. Attachment is super duper, like, important. And I think going over these concepts and talking about this is what makes this show huge. Is what makes this show grow. Como Dios manda, exactamente. Like, is what allows this opportunity of growth and whatnot in these concepts, in these shows, in these everything. Which I'm like, I'm curious to see what these relapses will enable. I feel like I'm getting way too much. I feel like I'm overcooking and I'm just fucking getting things wrong. It is what it is. It's the opening, man. What can I say? It's the opening. No, you don't get an opening. There you go. There you go. No video? Is there already a lineup for the next show after this? There is. It's Eminence in the Shadow and Frieren.
つくというのは意外でしたね。
そういえばルディはどうなんだろう。女の子好きなのは間違いないらしいけど、自制しているのかな。
I'm not doing this on purpose. Something just came to mind. Hold on. I'm not doing this on purpose, I swear. Something just came to mind.
もやもやする。
あなた、ルーデンスが通るたびに
特別生のサイレントセ。
失礼じゃない。
柔らかい、優しい手だ。
I feel like I might need to go back further at some point. I feel like I need to. Something hit in my brain. Something hit in my brain that's making me ask this question. Who is... Actually, wait. What's the Paul episode in season 1? What is the Paul episode in season 1? The Paul episode where Rudy finally meets up with them. Episode 17, thank you. My brain immediately jumped to like 16 and 17. Okay. Mushoku Tensei. I know. Vervacidus, thanks so much for the sub, dude. Appreciate it. You're a goat. 12, that means that it was family squabble or reunion? Hey, what's up? Okay, wait, hold on. Wait a minute. Guys, Mod, can we give a huge shout out to Avera Music? Please? Dude, Sierra, what's up, dude? How you doing? I hope you're doing well. Guys, in case you guys don't know, this is an amazing, like, an amazing individual, amazing artist, amazing performer. I don't know what else to say other than they're fucking incredible. Go follow them on Twitch. Show them that love and support, please. Like, I don't know what else to say other than I fucking love them. They're incredible. Like, literally, like you can go and check out their music. Like they have 101, like, you know, produce styles, fucking fantastic. I don't know what else to say. Like, I'm so glad that you released something new. Do you have it on YouTube just yet? Because for me, it's taking a little while to be able to go on in there. Guys, show them that love and support, please. Like, they're absolutely fucking incredible. I don't know what else to say. And yes, this is probably going to go on the YouTube video as well. What can I say? What can I say? A friend supports friends. That's all I got to say. Like, yeah, have it on YouTube under Avera. Yo, link it. Put it in the chat. Like, mods will allow it. Mods will allow it, and I'll pull it up in a bit. 16 is the fight. 17 is the reconcile. Also, dude, if you ever want to come on for an interview, let me know. Like, I'll have you on just so more people get to know your music and stuff. I support you as well. Same to you. Oh, thanks. Appreciate it. All right. Guys. Real quick. What is it? What is the name? What is the name of I would love to. Hell yeah. That'd be fucking fantastic, dude. That would be fucking amazing. Martin, thanks so much for the first time chat. But dude, how have you been? I'm assuming that you've been working for the title name of episode 16 and 17. What does Avera think about it, dude? Please don't overping any of our things there. Family squabble, okay. Or reunion. I'm gonna go with reunion just because it's more of the conclusion there, right? Hey, there we go. Thank you, appreciate it. Oh shit, you do have it all the way through. That's awesome. Do you mind if we listen to it like a little bit after? Because I would love to just go ahead and listen to it. Of course, if you're comfortable with that, like, you know, just full on listening to it and whatnot, like in a bit. Yeah, I don't mind. Dude, you're a fucking goat. Guys, drop Doritos. Drop some fucking Doritos. That's fucking phenomenal. Hell yeah. So it's a good end song. Aw. Guys, drop some love and support. Like, I can't state this enough. Like, yeah, Avera is just an incredible artist, an incredible individual, incredible friend, incredible everything. Danny, thanks so much for gifting a sub. Appreciate it, man. You're a goat. A goat. There you go. Show all that love and support. We always love supporting new individuals that are coming in here. All right. Also, I gotta say, bro, okay. I showed my pug. I was showing my pug to a lot of the people that, like, my doggos that I do, like, therapy with, right? A lot of, like, psychology stuff with. Kittles hurt your feelings, man. That's all I gotta say. Like, now that I, like... yeah, dude. Like, I was showing off my puggo and, like, my husky and, like, all these, like, doggos that I have with me for therapy purposes and stuff like that. And they were just like, oh, Mr. Ed, like, Dr. Ed, is that why you don't have kids? Because you have doggos? And I'm like, yes. Aside from, like, I don't want kids. They're too expensive at the moment. Like, you know, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, kids killer no filter, dude. I know. Say, dude, yeah. Massive damage. This is a huge, way too expensive. Huge mood. Dude, I didn't think that they would hit the fucking jugular with that though. Like I was just like, because they're like a lot of the kids that I deal with, that I do therapy and whatnot with, of course they have mental health illnesses or issues or anxiety, or they've gone through literally hell and back. So a lot of times they go up to me and they're like, you know, like, oh, why can't I have a dad like you? And that fucking hurts, because it's like, well, you know, and sometimes you're the only, like, their only positive role model. Thanks so much for the 100 bits. You're their only positive role model, and it also hurts hearing some of the things that happens. So it's like, ugh, you know, but hey, it is what it is, dude. Thanks so much for the 100 bits. You're a G. You're a G. Oh, dude, yeah. We are definitely we're gonna listen to your song in just a little bit, probably in the little break actually coming up in like 20 minutes or so. We'll put it on and I'll ask you some questions about it. Fist bump. Yeah. Thanks, dude. What about yourself? How have you been, Avera? Appreciate it. All right, hold on. Let me. That's not what I'm looking for. Also, for all you random fucking people out there, haters on YouTube, whatever, I was wrong about Paul. I don't mind saying that because I was wrong. Oh, thanks so much for gifting a sub to Avera, dude. Hell yeah. Also, I'm gonna hit you up on Discord if that's okay. I know we're friends on Discord, so I'm gonna hit you up there. Not gonna lie, these grunts sounded weird. Hold on. Like, I can admit when I'm wrong about a character and stuff. That's chill. All right, here we go. Let me pull this up.
それでは行ってきます。
あ、気をつけてね。ほら、ノルン、お兄ちゃんにお別れの挨拶をしろ。
やだ。
ノルン、何年後かわかりませんが。
Something that I'm asking myself with, and I can't scratch the itch. I just can't find it. I don't know where it's at. It's also, I have it pulled up. Guys, go check her out. Avera Music. There you guys go. Go check her out, ladies and gentlemen. I'm definitely going to put it in here. Show her that love and support when you guys can. We're going to be listening to this in the break. I have a question for you guys, because it's popping up the more that I think about it, and it's on my mind now, so I can't let it go, which is, who's the narrator of this story? Who is the narrator of this story? Like, if I were to ask you guys this, right? And like, this is a question that we ask in psychology, like in general. What is your story? What is your narrate? Like, you know, what is your narration? Like, for example, if Era, if you're still in there, what drove you to become a musician? Like, what is your story? The vast majority, it's Rudy's. But Rudy's himself, or is somebody else taking Rudy's perspective? Not just Rudy's perspective, but everyone else around him. There's a lot of POV chapters, which are interesting. Ask Espy or Nat. Will do. It was instinctual. Okay. So then, if it was instinctual for yourself, hope you don't mind if I ask this, right? Which is, what were the, okay, if it was instinctual, let me ask you this then. When did you first notice that, like, you were really going into the music route versus everything else? Like, yeah, I'm glad that you say that. Like, this goes for everyone, which is for yourselves. What is your narrative? What led you to be where you are today, and why? You think this might be a narrative account by somebody else? No, the reason why I'm saying this is I see the way that Rudius is highlighted, and we're seeing his struggles, but we're also seeing his growth patterns. And something that strikes me throughout this entire... We haven't even passed the OP. I noticed from a very young age, I must have been like 5. Were you... If you notice from such a young age, did you have trouble getting back into music, or were you always like in music and going in and out, you know, whether that was singing or, you know, maybe high school happened or college happened or whatever, where you're coming in and out of situations and stuff? We aren't past the OP. Oh, I wrote poetry as well and won awards for that. Dude, that's amazing. Man from a previous life. Yeah, so this is, for me, this highlights a big aspect, which is, I think that survival mode has impacted my art. Okay, we're gonna get personal here, and I love that you're here, Vera, because this allows us to reference someone else to illustrate a point, which is, for your past traumas, right? And this is no counseling or therapy session. This is just a good way of referencing. Do you feel like they have shaped you to become who you are today, including your music or your art, i.e., like, could have been struggles, breakups, whatever may have happened in your life? Do you feel like a lot of your like art and direction and even self was influenced for that? Oh yeah, for sure. How quickly or how has it been to heal from that? Or to see your music grow in that environment? A veces siento que no soy el protagonista de mi propia vida. ¿Y por qué? So, I guess es una pregunta muy buena. ¿Por qué no eres el protagonista de tu propia historia? For you guys that don't speak Spanish or Dutch or anything in between, I guess the question is, are you the main character of your own story? If you are, cool. What makes you the main character of your own story? If you're not, what doesn't make you the character of your own story? Why? That's a really, really interesting way of thinking about it. Because I even asked, like, I'm wondering if Rudy even sees himself that way. And I guess a genuine question for the rest of you all. Cement, welcome on in. Appreciate you. And coming to a closure of a specific scenario I went through. Well, I'm glad you're using your music to heal. I think music is a very innate way of like interacting with our within world, I guess, like our inner self and healing. And I guess through that, a big question that comes through this is, and I hate to go into this, right, which is like, if music shapes you and if music allows you to the process to heal, do you feel like, in a way, are you healing yourself for the future, or are you healing your past self? Because for both answers are right. There's no wrong answer, right? But it's very interesting because sometimes we need closure from the past to move on to the future, and sometimes we need to heal right here, right now, to prepare for what may come. The question I find too is, myself as my main character of my perspective or because of my actions? And both, I would say, honestly. Dude, okay, yeah, no, we need to have a full-on chat. Like, I need you on Discord or something sometime soon. Because I was going to say, like, we could probably go in deep into, like, music and especially healing from trauma and aspects like that. That would be great. Funnily enough, at the beginning of the lot by Rudy himself. Yeah. I think when you're in a trauma mind, you only get to see things as a secondary character. But, like, through that, and I guess this... Dude, let me know what days you're free so we can set this up. But, like, through that, something I want to ask yourself is this, right? Because even with your friends, like, even within a group of friends, you can feel like not the main character. You don't always have to be like the main point of light, the main stage, the main whatever, right? You can be chill in the background. But for a lot of people, like, they feel like in their daily interactions with others, they're always like the background character, like no matter where they go. And that's an interesting question to throw out there, which is why. What makes you feel that way, as though like you can't be the main character in your own story? Has someone else taken that agency away from you? Like, has someone else, like, maybe when you were young, your parents, or maybe you were displaced a lot, where you moved from town to town to town as a kid, and you found yourself only relating to, like, I don't know, like anime, music, games, or something as a way of being able to go ahead and, like, tell your story, because for you that was a way of healing. That was a way of like healing from being displaced, right? Hard thing I've had to become. Right. That's pretty difficult, especially if you're like, I love being backstage. Like, I've been a director, I've been in orchestra, band, soccer, football, you name it. I've done like 101 things in my life so far. And it's always hard to, especially if you go through any social anxiety or any aspects like that, break from the background up to the forefront. It's like being vulnerable with the public. And it's scary because people can deny you. People can hate you for what you are, you know? How social anxiety feels sometimes. I don't know where mine started. Yeah. This is actually something interesting. Hold on, let me grab some pieces of paper. I was talking to in case you guys don't know, I'm a clinical director, clinical manager now. So I supervise a bunch of other psychologists in my area and shit now. And one of them is like their field of expertise is in psychodevelopment, is in psychodynamics and psychointeractions through this. Which if I were to ask you this, right, hold on. I'm going to make a bunch of little squares, like windows. Yes, my handwriting sucks. Don't worry about it. It's doctor's handwriting, I guess. Just imagine this, right? If I can get it to. We're going to do a bunch of things like that. Imagine this spread all the way across. For you, right, I want you to start off with your earliest memory and go through and like, what would fill up this blank, like in this mirror? What would fill up this memory? What would fill up this core memory for you? And you fill up as many memories, core memories that you find important throughout each little sector to try and find who you've become, right? Go in and out of situations like this. Like, what does that define you? Why does that define you? So, for example, a core memory that I have as a kid is eating mazapanes, playing in a shitty metal band. Well, it was decent. It was I. We did I. But like, you know, like there's some like rico mazapan. Like there's like a bunch of core like different memories that come through from semblances like this, right? That can fill up the different squares of ourselves. For example, doing martial arts when I was a kid. Literally, you know, going to the hospital because I accidentally fell and like, you know, got a big scar on my head. So on and so forth. Like you can fill up different memories. Meeting Evera, so on and so forth. Like you could literally start filling up what these core memories are for yourself. Like Lol Orange said this, whatnot. So for yourselves, and I encourage you, metal band, yeah, dude, yeah. So for yourselves, I guess I'll ask this question for you, which is, what would you fill in this situation? Love it? Oh, dude. Yeah. Back in the day, that was something else. That was absolutely something else. What would you fill in for your own squares? If we were to do a time lapse of like 5 of these, so 25 core memories, what would they represent for you? What would they highlight for you? Are you happy with the memories that you have, or are they mostly sad memories? Are they rough memories? That's To be fair, it wasn't that bad of a band. We were trying. Okay, it was like a starting band, right? It's leading to something that's getting close. I feel that way. Powerful stuff, guys. Time fly. Yeah, time really does fly with this. Also, you guys are fucking hard. Wait, why is that a hard question? We got 2 more episodes in this. We make it to the episode. we? Do you not want to see the how do you say episode? Oh fuck, dude. I know we can always restart the OP and look, although I think we've overcooked for quite a while. Oh god. French Ed is back. Oh guys. I feel like I came in at the right time. No, you did not. Oh, Valdis Fox. Also, guys, please give a mods. Also, please give a shout out to Valdis, please. I would appreciate it. I would really appreciate it, ladies and gentlemen. That way, we're able to go ahead and show them that love and support and whatnot. Episode? You mean that this isn't just a song analysis or opening analysis? Thank you. Valdis is another incredible streamer, guys. You guys should definitely go check her out. I think that would be fucking amazing. How many hats do you have on hand? What are you talking about, dude? You make it seem like I have a concept of shame as a psychologist. Like, I don't just give a fuck about, like, doing random shit just for the fuck of it. Like, even though we have, like, an amazing musician here, like Avera and stuff, like, I won't just transition from hat to hat or different silly shit that I have around, whatever I could find, you know. I'm going to talk about so many birds in this OP. Oh, you know it. But no, Valdis, what's up? How you doing? I hope you're doing well. Oh, so the loss of shame is a psychologist thing? No, you just learn to not give a fuck. Like, I've worn a full-on maid outfit. Is it on the Discord still? I think it is. I've worn a full-on maid outfit out in public. I don't care, dude. Downloading Baldur's Gate. I guess I'll ask this because this is the last thing that came through to me. Life begins at the end of the of the fuck. Yeah. You should have seen, man, how many people looked at me weird wearing a maid outfit. I don't give a shit. It is what it is. You know, whatever. My question for you guys is this, and this is just me being very straight up with you. What is your goal? Like, for example, if we were to ask Rudy this question, is what is his goal? What is your goal? Like, what is your end goal of life? Valdis, for yourself, since you're a streamer, what is your goal as a streamer? Like, what do you wish to be? What do you wish, like, you know, the end result could get through anything? Could be anything. Mickey, what is your goal? What is your dream in life? Form a family? That's a hard question. My goal is straight to gaslight Ed. Well, fuck you. Fuck you. I love you, man, but fuck you. Improve my community, retire. Evera, what is your goal? Like, as a performer, as a musician, as whatever, what is your goal? Bilionado Astrapreneur. No way. Not leave the world worse than it started. And I guess another question to bring up through this, and again, this is all retrospective questions to ask and think about for the characters and of themselves as they're getting, is to be happy. Oh, are you currently happy? I guess that's a good follow-up question. I'm trying not to be too goal-oriented while starting out and just trying to stick to a schedule and have fun with it right now, which is easier said. I am, yeah. Yeah, it can be difficult. It can be difficult to maintain happiness. And through this, it comes in the next question, which I'm sure, and this is a question that I would ask Rudy as a way of seeing what his attachments mean to him. And even for yourselves, feel free to answer, no pressure, because this is a difficult one. Do you... Yeah, it comes and goes. How do I ask this? If I presented you the option, I am a magical genie and I give you this option, it's one or two roads. Number one, you forget all of your memories about everyone, but they don't forget their memories about you. Or number two, everyone forgets about you, but yet you retain your memories of them. So would you rather lose your memories and everyone keep their memories of you, or them lose their memories and you keep your memories of them. 2. Why? Give me more than just a question there, or just a number. Why? Are you the same person without your memories? Are you the same person without your friends or your connections? I'd rather them lose memories because it would be less of a burden for them. My memories are what make me me. I don't want to become uncomfortable. I would have nothing to reflect on in my life, which would make me less likely to be happy. Okay, if you didn't have memories, but if you didn't have memories, wouldn't that also mean that you didn't have, like, say, trauma or a lot of the emotional hard stuff that comes through our life? So wouldn't it be easier for you to find happiness in other moments? By the way, this is not me, like, saying what's right or wrong. I don't fucking know. This is just an open question. I will always state this. Like, it's my job to get you guys to think, you know. Our memories make us who we are, and then I can start fresh. Who's Rem? No, Valdis, you did not. Valdis, no. Also, guys, Valdis is the person I was talking about. They have fucking based-ass takes for a lot of, like, their anime things. They do, like, phenomenal breakdowns and stuff. We need to pick a series, Valdis, so I can bring you on, so we could have, like, a full-on breakdown of things. Very drunk did first. I was just laughing at it. That's very true. It would maybe be easier without the trauma and baggage, but instead of trying to be a human whiteboard, our struggles make us unique. I like that answer, actually. I gotta give it to you, Vera. I actually really, really like that answer. That's fucking... the nail on the head there. Which is true. Sometimes it's those sad memories that, like, you know, and the struggles that we went through that define who we are. We're getting close to ad time here.
魔法大学に入ってもうすぐ1年。俺は16歳になった。一日の始まりはトレーニングから。それは同じなのだが、正直なところ機嫌を損ねたらまずい気がする。
貴様、
はい。
強くなってどうする？
どうと言われましても。
我が輩は強さと名声を追い求めすぎた男を何人か知っておるが、ろくなものではなかったぞ。そんなものより大切なことはいくらでもあるのにな。
大切なもの？
無論女であるな。貴様も一人見つければわかろうものだ。
時に魔王様。
なん
If someone laughed like that, like, oof, oof. Also, I have to ask, him always having his hands up like that, like, him always having his hands up like this, wouldn't you be fucking tired? Like, I'm sorry, dude. Sometimes, like, like, just holding your hand up like that, like, indefinitely, that would be so fucking tiring. Well, he has 6 arms. Yeah, so maybe it's like a bro-digi as fuck. So, bullshit. Chad's never tired. Look at how he's built, though. He has... I guess it's a point of, like, you get used to it over time. It's difficult to animate all 6 arms. Yeah, I guess so. I guess there would be some difficulties. But also, question for y'all. If Rudy did turn on Hitogami at any point in time, because I'm looking at this whole power thing. I like that he brought up the relationship, but there's 2 separate conversations to have here. If he's having... He has some serious shoulder muscles, or he does. If there's some sort of discussions or elements or whatnot, like say that like he teams up with Orsted, or he teams up with another god or something to go against Hitogami, do you think that Rudy genuinely dislikes Hitogami? Or would dislike Hitogami at any point in time? Or do you feel like he would just be indifferent about everything? That's where my mind comes in. Or even Orsted. Even if you were to team up with Hitogami against Orsted, do you feel as though he hates Orsted? Or does he just fear death? Good evening. Welcome on in, Ricardo Rick. How you doing? Hitogami is sus, that's all. Yeah. Rudy seems to distrust. Probably indifferent. I don't think he hates either. I think it's more of a notion of like Rudia just fears death. I think he feels sorry for Orsted in some regards. And he fears Orsted's near-death experience. Yeah, no, I would consider fear being a big one. But if we were to capitalize this and push this further, do you fear... How about this? This is a genuine question to ask. Because we're going to back it up just a little bit. Because
追い求めすぎた男を何人か知っておるが、ろくなものではなかったぞ。そんなものより大切なことはいくらでもあるのにな。
大切なもの。
無論。
So this is where it comes in, which is, would you fear losing yourself? I'll be honest. That's one of my biggest fears, is letting myself be so vulnerable with the partner, with anyone. Like, it's okay to be vulnerable, but I guess like losing myself in the process of becoming overly dependent on someone, or losing myself in the process of like not putting up appropriate barriers or boundaries. Losing myself in the process of certain things is probably a big fear. Like, memories are going too wild. How about like shifting into something that you're not comfortable shifting into? Going against the very standards and principles that you have set for yourself because you've over-relied on someone, or you become overly dependent on individuals. Losing yourself and reinventing yourself are two very different things. Exactly, Kiriaki. Yep. Becoming what you swore to destroy. Oh no. Oh no. Ed becomes an emoji reactor. Oh no. I'm kidding. I'll never be like my parents. Yeah, straight up. Yep. Hi there. First time catching you live, I think. Your thought process is amazing. It shows how much the creators wanted to tell in the stories. And then there's evidence of the True. Hey, appreciate it, man. Welcome on in. Appreciando Games. Appreciate it a ton, dude.
女であるな。貴様も一人見つければわかろうものだ。
時には王様。
なんだ。
不能の直し方を知りませんか。
知らぬ。
トレーニングを終えると朝食を食べ。
I do. You ever heard of a service called Rent a Girlfriend? I don't mean the trash tier show. I mean, like, get yourself a dummy mommy that can, like, hug you and be like, it's okay. I'm here for you. And we tried this. No, I don't mean cochinos mal pensados. I'm not talking about those, you know. I'm talking about like someone genuinely being there for you and hugging you and telling you that they love you and they care about you as an individual, as a human being, and that like they want you to grow and that they won't leave you because they're there for you. They need to reaffirm you on an emotional level for you to start growing, right? Las cariñosas no no funcionaron. Eminence is great, but it's very aware of what it wants to tell. It is, and it's very interesting. You can pay for people like that? Yeah. Halo Wisp, bro, that's deep. I know, dude. Bro, that's so deep. Just to be there for you. There's a difference in love, and this is something that we talked about, right? As there's differences in love. A lot of people think that love is sex, but love and sex can be completely different. Like, our definitions of love are completely different from one another, right? A wild Dami Mommy appears. Oh no, I gotta master ball this catch. But, like, I'm being legitimately. Love and sex don't have to correlate with one another. A lot of people seem to think that they need to, but they don't. Like, how many of you have been told this way? Have been taught this as a kid or whatnot? When you love someone, you'll be intimate with them. You'll have sex with them. I'm very much told as, like, you know, growing up, like, oh yeah, sex is just a normal part of whatever, when it's not. And even then, what type of sex? Emotional sex? Intimate sex? And what type of sex are you talking about? The TOS. Like, you will? Nah. So it comes to question, is like, do you need to be in love with someone to have sex with them? No. Do you need to love yourself to have sex with somebody else? No. the concept of love and sex can be two separate different things that can have different meanings altogether. You can be like emotionally vulnerable and have romantic sex with someone, that's a-okay, or you can be going through 101 other different scenarios and encounter some difficulties. Hello. Quick play sex. Hey, yo. Sex tournament arc 0 MMR. Okay, guys. You guys took this and you guys ran with it into like some Overwatch shit. Oh, no. Oh, no. Sorry to say this. I'm a grandmaster in Overwatch, right? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
トレーニングを終えると朝食を食べ授業へと向かう。
めんどくせえな。
そうだな。
今日はいい天気だな。
そうだな。
トレーニングを終えると朝食を食べ授業へと向かう。
めんどくせえな。
そうだな。
今日はいい天気だ。
トレーニングを終えると朝食を食べ授業へと向かう。
めんどくせえな。
そうだな。
Oh, I'm sorry. I can't look at you in the eyes. Oh no. Oh jeez. If I look at you in the eyes, I'm gonna die. Oh no. Oh jeez. Oh, it's the boss. Oh jeez. Oh boy. You know, like, what the fuck, dude? A Rudy senpai. Oh jeez, Rick. No, but like, it's roll for intimidation nat 20 at this point. But realistically speaking, if he's walking around and like people are having this much of an effect outside of his classmates, outside of the people that he knows, how many friends is he gonna have? Like, how many friends is he gonna realistically have? Is it going to be hard for him to make friends outside of that? Because people already fear him. Outside of his class. Like, outside of people that get to know him. It's hard to make friends since he doesn't have a class. No worries, Lena Cat. Appreciate it. Outside of his class fits. Outside of fits. Yep. Does Rudyard count? Hold on. No way, dude. You're so quick on it. Remember, I need to do a full like breakdown of your song, but that'll come on Friday. It's hard to make friends with people if people are scared. Yeah, you know, it really is. It really is. Soldad Sano, bro. Outside of his class. Soldad, yes, but I'm talking about in this university setting. In this university setting, I actually find it difficult. For him to make friends, for him to like be able to go out and ascertain and genuinely make friendships in that environment.
今日はいい天気だな。
そうだな。
バーディーガーディーとのこともあって最近俺は恐れられている。
ボス、そのぐらいで勘弁してやるにゃ。ゴリアでも悪気なかったにゃ。
Bruh. Winton! No! Winton! Damn, bro, where people won't even look at you right. Oof. You would think that Anahoshi would introduce clubs to the school, but no. I mean, yeah. You better be scared, Winton. When the person becomes the boss.
ボス、そのぐらいで勘弁してやるにゃ。ゴリアでも悪気なかったにゃ。同じ獣族として、ここはあちしらの顔を立ててほしいにゃ。
最近はボスの射程が増えてきたからナンバー2は大変なの。
ナンバー2はこのあちしにゃ。
ほら、二人とも喧嘩しないで。ナンバー2は二人いてもいいでしょう。
Rudy. I'm gonna wait and see. I'm gonna wait and see. I have something to say, but I'm gonna wait and see if it comes through.
ボスは分かってないにゃ。組織の序列はしっかりしておかにゃいと。
そうなの。ボスはフィッツに勝てるから学校のトップになれるの。
僕がトップ？いやいやいや。
ボスはもっと。
Hold on, let me see if I can pull this up. Where's it at? Here it is. People have asked, why is Rudy relapsing into some environments like this? Why is Rudy relapsing into some previous environments where he's groping and he's doing stuff? I'm gonna be straight up with you. Rudy needed this, and it might sound fucked up in a way, shape, or form, right? But he needed a support system to help him start growing, to help him start fixing, and to help him start. Ed is in the same position as bullies in his previous life, to help him start growing and fixing himself, and so on and so forth. He may have done fucked up shit, and I think a big aspect of this can come from literally not having any boundaries and or filters, societal and or otherwise, telling you not. Because what happens when you have unlimited power? What happens when you have like literally unlimited power? What happens when you're a big shark in a small pond? What happens the moment that like you do whatever the fuck you want? You're corrupted. Like you do whatever the fuck you want. If you're a big shark in a small pond, you literally get to do whatever you want. In that environment, though, what happens? You die by stress. It's a metaphor. It's a metaphor. You start to get a big head. You can. There's 101 other aspects through that. But through this, if we're looking at this, what also comes from this? A big support network, a big support circle. We're talking about individuals who can grow. Individuals who can literally start to grow because all of a sudden they start independence, like they start getting school, right? They have their peers. Now that their neighborhood is their school, they have health services. Well, we already know that they had right to detoxify. They can start growing. They can start affecting other areas in their ecological needs. So Rudy can finally start growing in this environment. While in some areas it allows for relapses to happen, in other areas, the support network and support structure that are being handed through this allow him to start facing the areas of growth. People that only focus in on the negative, right? Because sometimes power is something that comes unknowingly, like legitimately, right? Like sometimes you can literally be, for example, how many of you have done a group project? I'm pretty sure all of us have done a group project at some point in time. And randomly you get assigned to be a group leader. Like no one said anything, but you were just assigned to be the group leader. Now you have all this responsibility placed on you unknowingly because you know no one else is going to fucking do anything. I hate that. Yeah, but it happens. And it happens because of situations like this. So through that, we have to rely, number one, getting this amount of power, this amount of support network, this everything, has allowed for him to relapse in certain areas. Whether that was like weird sexual barriers that he had, or opportunities for growth, or certain absences, like we know that he had certain relapses. On the other hand, he has started the process of healing because he's now in an environment where he can heal. In an environment where he doesn't have to go out and literally worry about the little things. So I'm doing this to highlight it because some people really, really want to go ahead and discuss this. When he's out there in the world, what is he worried about? When he goes out there being an adventurer, what did he need to worry about? Rudy, as a person. Aside from reputation, because reputation comes later. What did he need to worry about? I'm going to be honest with you. Probably all of this, the bottom tiers. Probably all of this. My dude needed to worry about, for example, if he was out and adventuring, he needs to worry about, food, water, sleep. He needs to worry about getting money to keep surviving. He needs to worry about, I meant safety, physiological love and belonging. Sexual intimacy, sex, family, friendships, resources, property. He needs to worry about the bottom three. Sex is probably still on his mind. Sexual intimacy and sex are very different. Have a good night, Coffee. Appreciate it. Now that he's in school, what does he need to worry about? Now that his environment has changed, what does he need to worry about, ladies and gentlemen? Sex is on his mind, yes, but aside from sex, relationships, his esteem, how he's able to go and interact with others. Yep. Everything above that. So all of a sudden we have an individual that's literally moving through Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and he's starting to go ahead and focus on higher areas of achievement, higher areas of self and personal growth and opportunities for growth. School achievement. Yeah. This is why I like, for me, I find this beautiful. I find this absolutely impactful. I think that this is personally one of the most like amazing things to see, how an environment can shape us to look at things differently, how we might not always be in the environment to heal. So until we get into a certain area, that's when we start going ahead and start that process.
Louです。呪いについて何か分かったか？最近毎日聞かれる。呪いですか。呪い。かつてラプラスは自分の呪いを道具に移し、別。ルーです。呪いについて何か分かったか？最近毎日聞。
Yeah, I know the fifth drawing is there, but like.
聞かれる。呪いですか。呪い。かつてラプラスは自分の呪いを道具に移し。
You can. I've heard that Laplace once transferred his curse to objects. They didn't know Elena Lise was an object, but... No. I'm kidding, guys. I'm kidding. Cliff did not like that comment. Cliff will remember that choice. Oh, God. I think this was about the spears, but yeah. Now her partners are the objects, and she's the one that uses them. Are people objects now? No, of course not. Of course not. But I'm just curious, is like... Wait a minute. No. Wait a minute. I'm fucking choking on my food. Hold on. Laplace. What if? Just follow me in this train of thought here. On objects. Curses this object. Whatever reason. Right? Curses this object. Right? And somehow I spiritually just ram it in there. It spiritually disappears. The object is cursed, but now I become cursed because of the object. Swiggity swoogity. Hey, yo, where? Like, you guys get what I'm saying, right? You guys get what I'm saying, though, right? Like, if Laplace transferred his curse to objects, what if he curses an object and that object goes in a person? What if, like, someone puts it in a person? Then that person becomes cursed, but the object is in them. Spirits got cursed just by holding it, yeah. Can you show how or where? Sure. So, you see, you grab this object, right? No, I'm kidding. Oh. But no, like, that's legit why, Ed, no, Ed. But that's why I'm highlighting that, dude. Like, are you saying Annalise has like a cursed bullet vibrator stuck in? No, I'm just saying, like, if there are, because it doesn't even have to be like, oh yeah, like they can feel it or whatever. But what if someone just places it and like it disappears or something, like the curse mark from like Sasuke and Naruto or some shit, you know? Not in this platform. Yeah. I didn't know you liked that kind of stuff, Ed. You know, as a psychologist that has taken a lot of sexology classes and had to run some interesting programs in the past, you'd be surprised. So basically, we need to remove what's cursing Annalise, or have Annalise transfer the curse into an object. I wonder about that, because I don't know. Can it even be transferred? That's where the line of questioning comes in.
別の種族になすりつけたそうです。道具に？スペルト族がラプラス戦役で持っていた槍がそれに当たるそうです。そのせいでスペルト族の戦士たちは狂い、一族が迫害されるに至ったとか。
Right, the cursed objects really fucked that up. But through that, I'm gonna ask this question. Is Rudy bisexual? Hold on. Rudy is making drawings of Fitz. Rudy is starting to feel certain things. Rudy is starting to feel certain things for Fitz, because he's clearly already making... He doesn't know who Fitz is. My mind is telling me no. He doesn't know who Fitz is, but yet he's feeling certain things. Could he be Pan? He could. My thing is, if he wasn't feeling anything for anyone, he wouldn't have been doing drawings and stuff. Bi-curious, maybe? You love a person, not a sex. Yeah. I mean, I'm really curious, because this is, for me, it's like, I've only doodled people that I've had emotional connections with, and they've mostly, like, they've been females. So, like, you know, I've never really gone through and been like, let me draw a picture of Mickey here. Oh, yeah. I'm going to have him doodled all over every single page here, you know. But the thing is, it's still based on attraction. If we're going what attraction means, attraction can be, like, what are you more prone to? At this point in time, we can tell that he is... like, into Fitz, not knowing who Fitz is. Me tengo que ir, los veo en el YouTube o en el VOD, sale. As a certified bisexual, he has trademarks, but he's still in denial. Bi-curious? Interesting. I don't know what the right answer is, guys. I don't really care that much, to be honest with you. It's just curious to note that, because if you were to come into a session, and he would be introducing these kinds of things, nos vemos, Jesus, buen día, wouldn't you go ahead and answer this question? Wouldn't you go ahead and be like, ask a question regarding this? Like, how do you feel about it? Are you okay? Like, if I were to ask you guys, hold on. How many of you guys are, what is the right word? Traps? How many of you guys are into traps or femboys or anything like that? Like, how many of you guys are into situations like that? Or into content creators, or oh boy, nope. I do have a solid one. Not me. I like everyone. I like the tom girls, sure, or tomboys, whatever you're into. A Stolful unleash something in me. I'm curious, man. It's interesting how the poll is going right now. I don't know. Tom girl's the right tag.
本当なのかそれは。さあ、僕も人から聞いた話なので。
でもそうか。呪いを道具に。ありがとうルーデス。君のおかげで何か分かったような気がするよ。
授業の後は昼食だ。
Lunchtime.
今日はここで食べるか。
ええ、3階だとジュリが席につけませんからな。
おお。
おい、ルーデウスだぜ。すげえよな。たった1年で特別生徒全員を占めちまうなんて。俺、魔王を倒すところ見てたんだぜ。一撃だよ、一撃。
ああいうのは気分が良くなるが、あまり調子に乗らないようにしたいところだ。
こんなところにおったか。足で縮こまりおって。
My dude didn't have to sign up for this school, and yet he did. My dude doesn't have to fucking be here, and yet he is. What a role model. What a bomb like boss, dude. He doesn't have to be here, and yet he chooses to. Oh, but I want him to be with the bar with me, giving 6 beers at once. True.
マスター、魔王様の飲んでるのとても美味しそう。
さすがドワーフであるな。一目見ただけでこの良さがわかるとは。
バーディー様、少しいただいてもよろしいですか。
無論である。一人で飲んでいてもつまらんからな。少しなどと言わずガバガバ行くがよい。
Wait, isn't she like really young? Wait a minute. Hey, yo, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hey, yo, we do not promote this. You know, I have to say this just for the safety issue of this, you know, because someone might come in and be like, oh, Ed didn't say anything about her, like, drinking beer. I can already tell there's, like, someone lurking in here that's already, like, fucking getting his comment, like, keyboard ready and typing it out for when it comes out to YouTube, being like, Ed is not, like, actively saying, like, oh my god, like, you know, not drink, you know. PSA, we don't endorse underage drinking at all. You know, just have to say that because otherwise these people be like, look, like I could already tell. Leave that job to Twitter, yeah.
お前は授業があるからやめとけよ。
そういうのでしたら。
学生とは大変であるな。
Well, my thing is, for those of you guys that are drinkers, for those of you guys that do partake in drinks, what do you know about the culture of drinking? Honestly, a lot of people don't seem to understand what it is, right? Which is drinking allows us to be ourselves for a lot of people. Allows us a term of vulnerability and allows us the ability to talk, which is why oftentimes drinking is seen as like a way of breaking bread and allowing yourself to be there with others, right? Showcasing a friendship, showcasing we're on equal grounds. It doesn't mean that like you don't have to drink, but just being in that environment. Many people didn't drink beer because it was safe. They didn't know that. Social lubricant, liquid courage. But it's also about the environment that you're in, i.e. you can be drinking Pepsi, water, whatever, Coke, whatever you're into, and still partake in the environment that you're in. And I think that's what's huge. I think that's what's important. Julie making her ancestors proud. Yeah. Which is also why the excuse I was drunk doesn't work. Yep.
この大麻レンガで覆われた実験室で召喚魔術に関する実験を行う。と言っても俺がやるのは七星が独自に描いた魔法陣に魔力を注ぐという単純作業だ。既存の魔法陣はほとんど失われているそうだが、彼女はその法則性について調べ、大量の魔法陣を描き実験を繰り返すことでいくつかの独自魔術の開発に成功したのだというすごいことだ。
成功したんですか？
いいえ、失敗よ。
彼女は何千万通りの魔法陣のパターンから総当たりで正解を見つけようとしている。
具体的にこれは何の実験をしているんですか？
私たちの世界から人間を召喚するための。
Nanahoshi, what if there's no way back? Nanahoshi. What if it's only a one-way hole? You summon a person from your world into here, and what if they can't go back? What if it's literally a one-way traveling instance here, and you're dooming another person because of desperation to get there. What if they age? We don't talk about that. Sad. Wouldn't you? And even through this, right? If Earth has no mana, how would that work? She may end up like Rudius. I mean, it's for science, right? I guess a big question that I have. She has her mask up when Rudy's in here. Or at least I think she does. Yeah, she does.
Why?
She wants to summon Truck-kun to reverse isekai? She's literally putting... Like, even when she had this ability, you know, when Rudy was talking about them being a part of the same world or whatever, she took off her mask and they were able to relate on this level of we are, like, similar, whatever. The moment that Rudy said no, she put on this mask and she's not taking it off. She is not only separating herself from this world, but she's separating herself from Rudy. She is literally encapsulated in ice right now. She's cold. She is cold, and it seems like, you know, like this cold, hard ice wall that she's put around her won't melt for like 100 years. Like, you need 100 people trying to talk to her to, like, it's okay to relate to others, to build attachments, to do whatever, for her to literally start putting down this mask. She always has her mask on, even alone. The only time she took it off was then to talk to a Japanese person. He doesn't share her... No, but that's what I'm saying. Is like, she's literally like punishing herself. Because that's what it is. Is she's literally punishing herself in this environment so that she doesn't have to feel. Like... Wow. In an aspect, both, Mickey. Because how lonely is it? How lonely is it to be in a world where you can't attach yourself to others? How lonely is it to be in an environment where the world is passing you by? You don't age, but you can't attach yourself to others. Behind her mask, you can, yeah. I'm not sure about that. I feel like I would rather be hurt than lonely, because at least being hurt, I know I'm not lonely and I can live through the pain. But being lonely and being completely alone, where no one wants to be near you, and no one in that environment, I think that would cause a lot more mental health issues than anything else. Because then who can you relate to? At least if you're hurt, you can use your support network to be able to go out and heal. For me, it feels as though she has, like, let's talk about it. That's a good discussion, though. She's 200% homesick, yeah. What does she have? Feels alone. I would rather be hurt by someone. That shows that they care, yeah. What does she have, guys? What does she have? It's a good way of testing you guys to see what cognitive distortions are, but also for being able to go ahead and put this out to her. What does she have? Out of these cognitive distortions, where would you say these would come up? Fortune telling. You have a date, but you predict that the date would go bad. You make assumptions. Yep. Yeah, I would agree that jumping to conclusions is one. Polarized thinking. Which version? Negative mental filtering or disqualifying the positive? What if she can only go back to Earth, but in the future? True. Apreciando. Absolutely true. Polarized thinking. If I'm not successful at everything I do, I am a complete failure. She has a lot of cognitive distortions. Stuff that we're able to go ahead and see and highlight and implement and talk about in many instances in here. I think Rudy implied the same thing to Soul, that preferred her over Lonely. 5, catastrophication. Okay. There's a lot of interesting things that we can find in here and actually point out that, like, hey, she does have some cognitive distortions in some way, shape, or form. She does have some cognitive distortions that are present. I'm afraid that because of this, it's going to get to a point where she's just going to completely isolate from everyone, from everything, worse than it already is. I wonder if the way that she realizes she can go back would most likely break completely. She feels like a lot like Earthius. Can it get worse? Well, here's the thing. You have to remember, she is someone that was functioning in society. He was not functioning in that society well. Like, she is someone that was functioning in that society and had attachments and friends and whatnot and came into this world. Of course she's going to be homesick. Of course she's now in the reverse like situation that he was in. It's literally polarized characteristics of this. He was isolated in that world. He didn't have any friends. He didn't have any like family he could count on or individuals that he could attach to. She probably did. Everyone has cognitive distortions, but sometimes people have extreme cognitive distortions, Jingwei. And when people have those extreme cognitive distortions, it influences the way that like you do certain things. It influences the way that like you interact with the world around you. Thanks so much, Riddler. Appreciate the follow, man. You're a fucking goat. Also, guys, we're getting pretty close to 4K followers here on Twitch. Let's go. Let's go.
今度失われているそうだが、彼女はその法則性について調べ、大量の魔法陣を描き、実験を繰り返すことで、いくつかの独自魔術の開発に成功したのだという。すごいことだ。
成功したんですか？
いいえ、失敗よ。
彼女は何千万通りの魔法陣のパターンから総当たりで正解を見つけようとしている。
Here's a scary thought. 5 years have passed, right? 5 years have passed, right? What happens if she does find the way back home and she goes back home and 5 years have passed? Say that she still retains being like a 15-year-old or whatever. She goes back into her world, like considering that 5 years have passed, and like mom and dad have passed away, or some family member or whatnot have passed away. Can she handle that? Can she handle that? That's where the line of questioning comes in. Knowing that 5 years of your life have been sucked away from you, and people that you grew up with, or that should have been in high school with you, are no longer in high school with you. They have moved on in their life, and you have not. Like, oof.
具体的にこれは何の実験をしているんですか？
私たちの世界から人間を召喚するための前段階の理論のための実験ね。
本来は不可能だが、人間を召喚する魔法陣が完成すれば、逆に送り返す魔法陣も作れるかもしれないんだそうだ。
それはいいですが、人間を召喚って同じことをしたらまたあの災害が起きるんじゃないですか？
Right.
もちろん災害を引き起こすつもりはないわ。けどこの後2つの理論が実証できれば、あの災害が起きた理由の仮説が立てられるわ。
Okay. This is interesting because it's going into a lot of scientific aspects of things. But like, give me an anime where it's after the war, after like fighting the big bad guy and dealing with the consequences of that. Give me a show, an isekai or something, where the big bad guy's been defeated and now you have to deal with the aftermath of shit, because that's where the juiciness comes in. Like, that's literally where the juiciness comes in of like, who are you as a self? Like, can you identify? You'll see what it really Frieren? Oof. 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 A Ghibli movie? Okay, well, I guess we're watching. I guess that solidifies why Frieren was chosen. All right, well, there we go.
実験に失敗はつきものなんて言葉もありますので、あまり軽く考えないでくださいよ。
だからこうして足場固めからやっているんでしょ。
僕も召喚魔術について学びたいのですが。
召喚術は私の生命線よ。おい、それと教えられないわ。
何でも教えてくれるって言ったじゃないですか。
今の実験が終わったら一つ質問に答えてあげるわ。
一つ？割に合わないんじゃ。
I love the effect they did with this. Like, it felt like she was whispering in my fucking ears, man. Like, I felt like I got a little oof, 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 oof. Banana ASMR, bro. Hold on, let me back it up a couple seconds here.
感術は私の生命線よ。おい、それと教えられないわ。
何でも教えてくれるって言ったじゃないですか。
今の実験が終わったら一つ質問に答えてあげるわ。
That is so good, dude. That effect that they did there. I'm like, the ASMR is so fucking delicious.
一つ割に合わないんじゃないですかね。
Does it though?
どの道すべての実験が終わって私が帰るときにはBut
what if you never go home? Nanahoshi, you're working off of a base of examples. Let's have therapy. Therapy time with Nanahoshi. Brought to you by Senor Pinguino. You'll get the experiments once I get home. So what does home mean to you? Like, you talk a lot about home and, you know, semblances of home. But what if you can never get home? What happens then? I have to get home. I have to study. I have to do certain things. I have to be able to go out and understand myself or whatever. But okay, understanding yourself in that environment, right? What if, and let's put this theoretical background to rest here. What does it mean for you to exist in this world? What does it mean for you to be in a world that's not your home and that you don't know if there's a possibility to go back? What does it mean for you to truly start taking aspects of yourself in this world and be struggling to go back in that environment? And if you do go back, what if it's not your world? What if it's a different time? Are you okay with that? Are you okay with being trapped in a world where there is no mana? There would be no one to help you send you back. Most growth thing for Rudius is to truly go through. Yeah, what if Nanahoshi gets yeeted back into World War II? There is no mana to, like, help create another world to bring her back into the thing. So it's like, how do you define yourself in this world? Who are you in this world? Who are you? If things don't go your way, are you okay? Let's make a crisis plan right here, right now. Nanahoshi, I've seen and I've identified that you have a lot of cognitive distortions. It's obvious that you have a lot of cognitive distortions that you've taken to extremities, and you're working off of a science fiction background. So let's talk about this and let's make a crisis plan here. Should this experiment fails, I don't want you to literally build up a wall of ice to keep everyone away because you're not afraid of attaching to others. I want, like, you know, that in my perspective, it would be about attaching and finding what home is. So what do you feel is best to go ahead and stop you from isolating yourself or completely, like, not wanting to move or not wanting to do anything? Like, what does a crisis look like for you in that environment? And how can we present ourselves or prepare ourselves for that? What if you go back but the universe has deleted all history of you? True. So these are questions that we would ask to try and see what their plan is should this not work. And number two, if it does reach a crisis moment, what steps can we take to, like, help them, like, prevent them from truly getting there, right? What if she manages to do it? Will she be able to let go of all the relationships she made in this new world, though? And I mean, even through that, has she made any relationships that are important for her in this world? And if she hasn't so far in the years spent here, why? Yeah.
そんなに知りたければ自分で調べなさい。
ありがとうございます。
夕食後はジュリに魔術の授業を行う。
Correct me if I'm wrong. If she doesn't age, can she die? Hold on. Correct me if I'm wrong. If she doesn't age, can she die?
どの道すべての実験が終わって私が帰るときには実験結果をあなたにあげるんだから今少し我慢しなさいよ。
まあ、まだ何も成果が出てないうちからのくれくれはみっともないか。
そんなに知りたければ自分で調べなさい。
ありがとうございます。
How are we supposed to know? She's not aged, but she's not immortal. She'll die looking the same.
夕食後はジュリに魔術の授業を行う。その後は人形作りだ。とはいえ、ジュリはまだ1年目。絶対的に魔力総量が足りないし、精密性も全然だ。手先は器用といっても、織物用の道具は使い始めたばかりで、ぎこちなさが残っている。長い目で見ていく必要があるだろう。
Oh. The fact that Zenoba still just cares about her, dude. The fact that Zenoba is still actively there and taking care of her and like not like shaming her or pressuring her or any of that. Like, you know, it's like, that's my little sister. Also, she can talk human. Yeah. Yeah.
ぎこちなさが残っている。長い目で見ていく必要があるだろう。七星に会って以来、図書館に行くことは少なくなった。
Oh no.
こうして俺の一日は過ぎていく。病を治す手立ては見つからない。
Disgusting censoring.
フィッツ先輩とはあまり会わなくなっちゃったな。
Oh.
ある日、一通の手紙が届いた。
ゾルダートからだ。
ゾルダートヘッ。
I love his name, Heckler. Soul Bro sends him a letter. Soul Heckler. Oh, buenas noches. ¿Cómo estás, Mauro? Soul Daddy. Soul Papi, you know. The man, the myth, the legend. Ooh. Phew, I thought it was a debt letter. Best boy. Best boy. Hey, Soul Dad, let's go.
ケラ、懐かしきステップとリーダーのリーダーだ。何々？クランの集会でシャリーアに来てるのか。そこで久しぶりに飯でも食おうと手紙をくれたらしい。
Fuck yeah, dude.
中高時代の友達と久しぶりに遊ぶ感覚ってこんな感じなんだろうか。
Well, I mean, let's be real. Let's be real. It is about connecting. It is about reconnection for him because now he actually has friends. Now he actually has a support network that he's been a part of. Now he actually has individuals that have played a huge part in his life. Like, Rudy has grown a lot. He's having new experiences that he probably never has had before, and this is why it's huge. Also, I do wonder about Cliff here. Is he doing okay? Like, I hope his hip is still working. Like, I hope my man is still like. It looks like he's yeah. Man, brother. He is resilient. He has healing magic. Don't worry.
結構いいもんじゃないか。
それにしても泥沼、本当に久しぶりだよな。
ええ、いつぶりですかね。
お前がこんな格好してるとそこらのルーキーにしか見えないぜ。
じゃあルーキーらしく荷物持ちでもしてあげましょうか。
お前が荷物を持つ？バカか。持つのは俺たちだろ。
はぐれ竜の時もそうでしたね。
ありゃ稼がせてもらったな。しかしエリナリーゼよ。お前みたいな。
No, dude. No, don't fucking. Oh, no, dude. Don't do this. Don't do this. Don't do this, bro. So, like, I get where he's coming from. I get it. Like, but also, he's gonna have to step up or say something. Like, he's a heckler, bro.
恋人とか何の冗談だ？
今まで私を本気で射止めた男が現れなかっただけですわ。でもついに現れたんですの。素敵な殿方が。私こう見えて一途ですのよ。
I do wonder about this though. Cliff will remember that. I do wonder about this though. Is this relationship gonna last? Or is this relationship only because he's in the school and he doesn't have to worry about money and finances and having to step out of the environment of being a student, and the only thing he has to worry about is going to class and aspects like that, as opposed to a lot of these soldiers and stuff that, like, you know, or environments that needs to go ahead and, like, you know, worry about where they're getting food, where they're getting water, where they're getting the rest of their things, you know. No need to fight over it. Yeah. Don't ask what you don't want to know yet. Because I'm like, it's interesting to think about. It is interesting to think about.
またかよ。午前中にやったじゃねえか。
仕方ねえよ。今回はクランの奴らも張り切ってるしな。
今日は一日遊ぼうと思ってたんだが、泥沼悪かったな。また今度頼むわ。
ええ、また誘ってください。
Aww. Oh, Soul Bro.
どうします？皆さんはこの後どこかへ行くんですか？
What do you think?
そうですわね。これからクリフに冒険者のいろはを教えてあげようと思いますの。ご一緒にいかが？
ルーデウス、お前の助けを借りる気はない。
それなら僕は学校に戻ります。
では他の方にはよろしく言っといてくださいまし。
エリナリ
Bro, he's about to get a crash course in adventuring. He's about to he's about to be taken into another world, brother. Cliff, he doesn't need or want money. Soul Bro, truly. I know. Seeing that is amazing. But also seeing the fact that they're able to connect on this level and be open and have this communication and whatnot really shows the growth that these characters are having from one another. And that's what's huge.
リーゼさんたちも初心者が一緒ならあんまり厳しいところには行かないよう気をつけてくださいよ。
ルーデウス。
あなたじゃありませんし、竜や魔王になんて挑みませんわよ。
Cute. Bro, get something for Fitz, bro. I'd be like, hey, yo, Fitz. Hey, yo, Fitz. Got you a little something. I don't know if you're going to like it, but it's a cool little necklace. Like, you know, give your homie a promise ring. Right? Buy all your homies a bunch of things. Like, you know, be nice. Hey, Fitz, check out this cooking. And no. Okay. Hey, yo, Zenoba. I got you a little something. I got Zenoba. Homies street homies, you know. There you go, Zenoba. I got you a little albedo and a cute yukata there, you know. High edition, you know. Got you a little something, you know. Zenoba would love that. Okay. I had completely forgotten about him for some reason. My mind just bloop. NTR alert. So, my conclusions on what you guys are talking about is the rat. The rat is either a rat that I clearly have not fucking seen throughout the entire thing. Rudius Grey Rat, Paul, Aisha, right? Norn, him. Because he's a Grey Rat as well, right? I am so fucking confused. I never had him in the list of suspects now as to what the fuck a rat could be. So now I'm like, wait a fucking minute. Is it Rudy? Is it Paul? I'm running through my mind. What the fuck, dude? The Skywalker rat? Oh no. Yeah, I just had completely fucking excluded him until right now. Seeing him look at Sylphie like that, I was like, wait a minute, he's a gray rat as well. Philip, yeah. Wow. I when SB comes on, I have a couple words for him. He sent me through a fucking loop here. It could be any of those fucking rats. No clues.
二人でここにいていいんだろうか。王女様の護衛はどうしたんだ。ま、挨拶だけはしておくとしようか。
こんにちは。奇遇ですね、こんなところで。
お前。
Hey yo。
相変わらず俺のことが好きではないらしい。俺はフィッツ先輩と仲良くできればそれでいいんだが。
おや、フィッツ先輩、今日はちょっとイメージ違いますね。
Hey yo.
何が違うんだ。
Oh no, dude, that face. It's like you're either hiding something, you're ashamed of something, you don't really want to. Sylphie has to be protected. Sylphie must be protected. In this world, maybe not. Maybe Sylphie doesn't need to be protected. Maybe Sylphie just needs a companion that cares about them and truly loves them for who they are. Maybe Sylphie just we keep saying this phrase, Sylphie needs to be protected or whatnot. Sylphie can handle herself. Maybe she just needs a good partner. What if for Sylphie herself, one of the big instances through this is not the need of a white knight in shining armor, Subaru style, you know, rather well said, someone that allows them to thrive and knows that like you're there for them. Luke does not qualify for that. Yeah.
なんというか、物腰？
どうした？
Oh
こんなと
no.
ころで何の用だ？
何かまずいところに出くわしたのだろうか。まさか二人はデート中とか。ルークは実は男もいける口で、フィッツ先輩とはナウイ息子でレスリングな仲とか。
いえ、見かけたので声だけでもかけておこうと思いまして。フィッツ先輩。
Wow. Oh.
挨拶に感謝する。フィッツは王女の護衛中は一言も喋らないことになっている。悪いが察してくれないか。
やはり何かまずいタイミングで来てしまったのだろうか。で
Come
も
on, dude.
一言も口聞いてもらえないってどうなのよ。
どうした？
いえ、何でもありません。失礼します。
外面だけは平静を装えたと思う。
Yeah, that really fucking hurts. Oh, dude. That got me, man. That got me. That fucking hurts, dude. That's happened to me once, man. I'm not even gonna lie. Where, you know, that emotional damage. I know the salt that comes through, but at the same time, it might literally be an introspective moment. I'll highlight this. I'll give two examples of a personal life. That way you guys might relate to it. The first one, had an ex. We ended amicably, or so I thought. We were still friends. We were still chatting. Whatever. Like, I thought that we were still cool. I got busy. Shit happens. I saw them at the store one day. I went through and I was trying to talk to them. Like, hey, what's up? Her other friend stepped in and was like, what the fuck? Like, you know, what do you want? Like, you guys aren't friends. That type of environment. Oh, how do he dream? Thanks so much for the sub. Appreciate it. You're wonderful, dude. Subscribe for 17 months. Aw, appreciate it. You're a fucking goat, dude. Appreciate it a ton. Hope that you enjoyed this episode. This week was good. It is really good. It has a lot to go into. Which is why I'm like, you know, when I introduced myself and they stepped in and I said that, I walked away and it fucking stung. Because I was like, I thought our friendship was more than that. Whatever. Right? The second time, another friend, another individual, went up to talk to them at Walmart, at a store. My dude was like shut down. Didn't really want to talk to me. I'm sorry, dude. I don't care if you're buying condoms or whatever the fuck. I'm just like, yo, what's up? How you doing, bro? Nice to see you. I haven't seen you in a while. You don't gotta shut down on me, bro. You could just be like, hey, what's good, man? And fucking, like, we could just keep going. A good head nod, something, but literally just like, you know, not wanting to talk makes shit 1,000 times more awkward. You know? That's why I'm like, there's differences in levels and interactions, and it's okay to, yeah, it, like, you just gotta be open to talking about shit like that. Gen Z behavior. Oof.
内心ではガツンと来ていた。フィッツ先輩に避けられた。何も考えられないぐらいのダメージだ。
Yeah. Yeah, true.
あれこれと考えたが、どうしてフィッツ先輩に避けられたのか考えてもわからない。嫌われるようなことはした覚えがない。誰かに今の気持ちを相談、いや、愚痴りたい気分だった。ザノバは確かミコの研究とやらで魔術ギルドの方に出向いているはずだ。ジュリも連れて行ってるだろう。リニアとプルセナはなんか真面目に聞いてくれなさそうだな。変な揶揄とかされそうだ。七星は割といっぱいいっぱいだから俺の愚痴なんて聞いてくれないかもしれない。
こういう時は本でも読んで気を紛らわせよう。
And there she is.
ルーデウス君、なんだか久しぶりだね。
That's a weird shift. That is a weird shift, Sophie. Oh my god, that is hold up. That's such a...
何かまずいところに出く物腰？ないらしい。俺はフィッツ先輩と仲良くできればそれでいいんだが。
おや？フィッツ先輩、今日はちょっとイメージ違いますね。
Is this Sophie? Because you're right, it is out of character. Is this Sophie? Hold on. This is weird. This is really fucking weird. Let me back it up just a second here. Hold on. The 1411.
本でも読んで気を紛ら。
ルーデウス君。
No fucking way, bro. No fucking way. That reaction to this reaction? No.
奇遇ですね、こんなところで。
No.
お前。
知れない。
あれ？
なのだろうか。まさかなのだろうか。
いえ。
フィッツ先輩とはナウ。
I have a weird fucking feeling, bro. Didn't Rudy said something was different? The reactions, even if there was no like or dislike or whatever, like there would have been a statement or something, or even but like body language wise, why is he so protective? Why is he sweating? It would have been one thing if it's like, oh yeah, whatever. But why is he protective? Why is he sweating? Is there a transformation spell in this world? Look at the way he steps in.
相変わらず俺のことが好きではないらしい。俺はフィッツ先輩と仲良くできればそれでいいんだが。
おや？フィッツ先輩、今日はちょっと。
Is there something different about you today?
イメージ違いますね。
何が違うんだろう。なんというか。
Yeah, their body language and everything is a little bit different. They might look similar, but why is Luke traveling with Fitz? Why is Luke traveling with Fitz? What is their job? They're guards of who? Where is the princess? Why is Luke stepping in front of Fitz when Fitz can defend themselves pretty easily? This is my line of questioning. My line of questioning is we clearly know Fitz was as one of the best like warriors in this university or whatever. Why does he need to step in? What I see him more as a character that wouldn't give a fuck, and he'd be like, all right, like, you know, we're work bros or whatever, and he'd probably go off on a date or do something. If the princess is here, shouldn't his top priority be to be around the princess? So then why is he stepping in and becoming a barrier the moment that Rudy notices that something is off, that something is different? This is bringing up all the red flags that Fitz is not who they say they are. Luke is obviously standing in front of Fitz because Fitz is embarrassed on being seen a side piece. No, even if that was the case, don't you think that Luke would have tried to egg Rudy on? Even Luke is acting differently because usually Luke and him, like his interactions were quite different. Like, look at this. Should the two of them be out here? Who's guarding the princess? First red flag. First red flag.
挨拶だけはしておくとしようか。
こんにちは。奇遇ですね、こんなところで。
お前、ルーデウス。
That reaction.
お前、ルーデウス。
Looks down, probably can't speak because speaking will more than likely give away something. His reaction, instant sweat.
今日はちょっとイメージ違いますね。
何が違うんだろう。なんというか、物腰?
Steps in front when they're about to speak. Weird. 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 All right, I'm backing it up. Hold on. Yeah. 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 That's all I gotta say. Weird.
ルーデウス君、なんだか久しぶりだね。
Someone that just opened up as quickly as that.
いつも
Fuck you guys that are trying to gaslight me. Fuck you guys that are trying to gaslight me. Way different, bro. It's been a while. Fuck you guys. I fucking, like, I feel like I'm on to the rat. Fuck you guys. Gaslighting isn't real, Ed. You're crazy. What? Me acabo de dar cuenta. Me encanta tu camisa, Ed. Pizza con piñas. Yeah, it's pizza with the little pineapple. That's wonderful. The two Fitzes. Wait, what?
いつも通りの先輩。
どうしたの？顔に何かついてる。
さっきはどうして無視したんですか？
実は護衛中の僕は声を出しちゃいけないことに。
Mentirosa, traicionera. Oh no, that sounds like a lie. Look at her eyes. Look at just the semblance of her eyes.
いつも通りの先輩。
Look at her eyes.
どうしたの？顔に何かついてる。
Look at her eyes.
さっきはどうして無視したんですか？
Shock. no recollection, trying to come up with something. Look, she looks down. She's trying to come up with the reasoning why.
実は
Yeah. Just fucking liar, dude. Why are you lying, Fitz? Why are you lying? A wild gaslight appears. It's a lie. Why are you fucking lying? I think you're overcooking. I think I'm appropriately cooking here. Because just her reaction is way different. No me importa que...
護衛中の僕は声を出しちゃいけない
Your actions were different and whatnot. But even through that, what if that damaged your relationship with Rudy? How would you feel? What if Rudy was like, hey, I gotta tell you something. I love you. I appreciate you. You mean the world to me. And you said nothing. Cara, as you were singing Malagueña.
いけないことになっているんだ。無言のフィッツだからね。僕の声は子供っぽいから舐められるし、人前では特にアリエル様の護衛中は声を出さないことになっているんだよ。
That sounds like a
それにし
rehearse.
てはアリエル王女の姿は見えませんでしたが。
近くのお店にいたんだよ。護衛は僕らだけじゃないからね。
そんな時に話しかけてしまい申し訳ありません。
That doesn't explain this. That does not explain this.
ルーデウス君、な
I feel like it's been a while. I feel like it's been a while. Yo siento que ha sido un pinche segundo. No explica. No explica. Hazlo caber en mi cabeza, mira. Make it make fucking sense, dude. Make it make fucking sense to me. I feel like it's been a while too. I'm sorry. Yes, you're right. That was me. No, we you see, elves see time differently. Oh, fuck you on that one. Feels like forever when you're in love. Hey, man, it could have been a whole different hour, you know? And gotta hold the L on this one. Break out to jump to conclusions that... No. But, like, you don't say that. I feel like it's been a while if you just seen them, like, a little while ago. The wording doesn't align. Body language doesn't align. Situationally, it doesn't align. I hope other people catch this wording and they also agree with it. I hope other people catch this wording and they're like open about it. They're like, nah, dude, like like wording wise, this doesn't make sense. Like, and not just taking it for what it is and being like, oh yeah, wow, like, bro. Like, I'm looking at this, I'm like, there's inconsistencies in the narratives that are being presented. There's inconsistencies in the stories being told. Like,
無言のフィッツだからね。僕の声は子供っぽいから舐められるし、人前では特にアリエル様の護衛中は声を出さないことになっているんだよ。
それにしてはアリエル王女の姿は見えませんでしたが。
近くのお店にいたんだよ。護衛は僕らだけじゃないからね。
そんな時に話しかけてしまい申し訳ありませんでした。
いいんだよ。僕の方こそ相手できなくてごめんね。
少しばかり察しがついてしまった。おそらくだが、何らかの方法でアリエル王女がフィッツ先輩に化けていたの。さっき避けられたのは不用意に接触するとそれがバレるから。決してフィッツ先輩に嫌われたからではないはずだ。そうだ、そうに違いない。俺嫌われるようなことを何もしてないもんな。そういうことにしよ
う。そうなんですか。フィッツ先輩に嫌われたかと思ってヒヤヒヤしましたよ。
僕が君を嫌いになるわけないじゃないか。
Fitz. How could I ever hurt you? I know, my kokoro goes boom, boom, boom. Would you ever betray me, Fitz? I gotta ask marriage questions now. Fitz, would you ever betray me? Let the show cook. Let the show cook. We gotta ask real questions now. We gotta protect our boy. Fitz, would you ever betray me? I would have asked this of everyone. And then I'd go into the next one, which is, like, if we're going through the line, Eris, would you ever betray me? Future orientation. Roxy, would you ever betray me? Fitz. For Ariel, probably. Oof. Oof. Elise, would you ever betray me? Oh, no. Oh, man. Oh, man.
God.
Hey, yo.
彼の何気ない仕草が気になる。耳の裏をポリポリと書く動作とか、一仕事を終えた時のぐっと背伸びする動作とか、ふと目の前を通った時に香ってくる匂いとか。そう、あの笑顔だ。あのはにかんだ笑顔がどうにも頭に残る。
That smile. That fucking smile. Oh, brother. He's starting to feel, man, some of the first steps of healing here. I'm just saying, you know. Good on him. Oh.
恋ってやつだ。俺は男に恋しているのだ。
Let's fucking go, bro. Let's go. He's starting to feel shit, brother. He's starting to feel shit. Self-aware Rudy. Hey, yo, you do whatever you gotta do, man. All the power to you. You feel whatever you gotta feel. You know, you do whatever makes you you, man. Own that shit, dude. Own it, hell, dude. Own it. Look female enough to be feelings. I know, dude. I know. Holy shit, man. Good on him. Good on him. Narrator. He was not in love. Wait, what? No, but currently in his own thought pattern, in his own belief, right? This is where we have to separate what may be, right? Or what is versus what he believes. At this point in time, this is what he believes and he's okay with it. This is what he believes and he's okay with it. So why aren't some of you? Let's take Fitz to actually just be Fitz for whatever reason, right? Not Sylphie, but just Fitz. Does that change anything? Does that change anything for you? Our love could never be, maybe his body wants the elf booty because he does not act like he is okay with it. No. This story is still about, like, fundamentally about what love can do, right? About how finding people that can, like, talk to us and be with us vulnerably in a certain way, shape, or form can go ahead and allow us to heal. Yeah, at this point in time, he says it. I am in love with a man. This is his narrative. This is his narrative. This is his statement. This is it. Like, psychologically, if you were to say this is his I statement. You know, this is his I statement. He didn't say, "Oh, I'm in love with the." If only Fitz was a woman, he says right here, right now, I'm in love with the man. Right? Of course, believing whoever Fitz is to be, but you can fall in love with the person and not care about whatever they are. You know, nah, for me, So this is why it's interesting. It is really, really interesting. I don't know. I love Rudius's journey with this.
いや、本当に彼は男なのだろうか。
And now he's questioning it. Even if he is or isn't, man, that's fine. It is what it is. It is what it is, brother. You do you.
ジーナス先生。
ん？これはルーデウスさん。本日はどうしましたか？
はい。実はフィッツ先輩のことを聞きたくて。
申し訳ありませんが、彼らのことに関しては上から圧力がかかってまして。
そうなんですか。せめて性別だけでも教えてもらえませんか。
性別ですか。うん。彼は男性です。
結局わからな。
However, would this change? Would this change how you feel about someone? Considering he's just asking these questions on the side, does this change how he feels about them if they were to be around him? Denying the identity, yeah, I mean, he's trying to cope with situations and aspects like this.
なかった。ジーナス教頭には圧力がかかっているみたいだし。
ああ。
仮に女だったとしてどうするのだ。告白でもするのだろうか。
せめて自家発電がしたい。
何をしたいって？うわー、危ない！うわ
ー！ Hey, yo! Hey, yo!
ごめん。ヒッツ先輩、やっぱり女だったんですね。
All right, bro. You can't. Okay, hold on. What if it's just what if it's just small, man? You can't make it a. You can't make a. You know what if it just leaned the other way? You know, like. He didn't feel no bulge. Hey, brother. It was. There are a lot of individuals out there, right? They bumped from the uglies way too down. Oh, dude, they were sending fucking waves to one another. Sylphie's mind was like, do it. Proceeds to panic. That is adorable, though. That is adorable. Good on them.
ヒッツ先輩は女だった。重要なことだ。しかし、そんなことより。
My dude, let's go. He finally, like, it got hard, man. Like, let's go. Like,
誰か僕の勇気を返してほしい。
Psychologically, we've talked about ED and how, you know, it's, yeah, we've talked about this. More OP, yeah. Oh no, bro. Turning point, dude. Turning point. Oh god. Oh god, dude. Adorable, though. So my question for you guys is this. let's say that he was a male and he did land on him like this. How many of you believe that he would still be hard? I'll be honest. Because before line, he was already questioning it. Before line, he was already questioning it. Like it or not, he was already questioning his feelings and stuff. The fact that she's a woman was now just a plus for him. Yep. 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 Yeah, most likely. That's why I'm like, Just went from a 9 to a 10.
Hitsu 先輩は女だった。重要なことだ。しかし、そんなことより。
Guys, Doritos in the chat for Rudy.
なるほど。
Doritos in the chat for Rudy, ladies and gentlemen. Doritos in the chat for Rudy's dick. Please, everyone in the comment section on YouTube, drop them fucking Doritos and hearts for Rudy's dick. He's finally getting that character development he much needed. Oh no. That's my pro tag. Oh god.
魔法大学で転移事件について調べれば。ああ、人神様。
でも、フィッツ先輩は隠しておきたいのか。
そうだ。彼には、いや、彼女には何度も助けられた。
Right.
彼女が望むなら、今まで通り、できる限り男として扱おう。
Right.
ED 回復の鍵を握るのは、間違いなくフィッツ。
Couldn't have time for that better. Carnage Panda, no! Also, hi, Carnage Panda's mom. I hope you're doing okay. Carnage Panda's... Oh, my mom walked in the room as soon as you said Doritos in the chat for Rudy's dick. No, I swear. We're yeah.
先輩だけど、今はこれ以上関係を深めることはできない。
あれ？
どうやらまだ完治には程遠いらしい。まあいい。兆しは見えたのだ。焦らずに行こうじゃないか。
Well, yeah, because think about it this way. Now it's quite literally being shown that like it has to do with emotional states of vulnerability. Actually forming connections with people can help individuals feel something. And I think that's important to go ahead and note. It's important to talk about how feelings, like genuinely attaching to our feelings and like being there with their feelings, allow us to feel like more in line. Let's talk a little bit about that, right? What is ED? ED is erectile dysfunction, which can come from any form of physical trauma and psychological trauma, as we referenced earlier in the episode. One thing to highlight from this, though, is a lot of times, how many of you have, like, for those of you that have been in relationships, sexual relationships and stuff, and you've been like heartbroken, absolutely heartbroken, did you go through a time and period where you were either hypersexual or hyposexual? I did. How many of you guys had a hard time dealing with it? Whether it was finishing, or maybe you had instances where you had to do a certain thing to get off, or do certain aspects to do that. There's a lot of people that do. It's a great majority of individuals, right? So this is this is something worth highlighting, and this is something worth pointing out, which is ED affects us in many different ways psychologically, and oftentimes the relationships that we form and the breakups in the healing process heals us in different ways that allows us to express whether it's sexual desire or sexual affection differently to try and get some sort of sexual satisfaction, which is why I think that this episode is really, really amazing at encapsulating all of this. It's fucking phenomenal, ladies and gentlemen. I actually really enjoyed this episode as a character depth and psychology of the dynamics present. Beautiful stuff. Beautiful fucking stuff. And this was a long episode too, man. I didn't expect this to go that deep. Holy shit. Holy shit, man. I didn't expect this episode to go that deep. I was nervous. Thankfully, the girl was nice, and that's good. Yeah. Having a partner, and having a good partner that can lead you to stuff, that can communicate with you about your desires, and can communicate about like what's good and what doesn't feel good, and what allows you to feel good as well, is the proper place for healing, and it's the proper place for exploring and growing and finding out what feels good. Wow. This episode went hard for a bit at the end there. Overall, though, 10 out of 10, guys. I really enjoyed the character growth in this episode. Like, I know there's a lot of episodes that was focused on fighting and whatnot, but it's, yeah, okay, well, we'll title this episode Going Hard with Rudy. What am I doing to myself? Getting hard with Rudy? Oh no! Oh no! Okay, Chad, should we say getting hard with Rudy or getting hard for Rudy? What do you guys want the title for this to be? Oh God. Oh God, getting hard with Rudy. Oh, both. You can only pick one. With Rudy. Okay. I'm seeing a lot of with. Poll. Mods, throw up a poll, please. Also, guys, if you guys want to help out, man, I'm trying to go ahead and get some new, like, an actual good case for my computer and, you know, get some stuff. If you guys want to help out with anything like that. I have some fans, Noctool fans and stuff I'm trying to get in a case and power bank, because this power bank is not good. But guys, I appreciate you all. We're gonna watch the ending here as we get ready for SB in a little bit, ladies and gentlemen, and then we're gonna go into a quick be right back, and when we come back, SB should be joining us. All right, let's look at the ending here. Ladies and gentlemen, please make sure to hit that like button, comment, subscribe, and come join us, man. Every Sunday we tend to do this. Every Sunday is Mushoku Tensei Sunday, ladies and gentlemen. Nick Merritt's for the title of the YouTube VOD. Getting hard with Rudy is. Doritos in the chat, man. Oh, this hurts. To you, yes, my love, to you. Oh shit. Okay, wait a minute. Where is this going? Where is this going, ladies and gentlemen? J-pop just came through my, like, in my mind. I read this title. I was like, ooh, this is no idea. Yeah, dude. To you. Ooh. To you in 1,000 years, right? To you 1,000 years from now. To you 120,000. To you 2,000 years. Oof. Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate y'all being here. Y'all are absolutely fantastic. I'm going to take a quick be right back because I got to go pee. When I come back, I'll see if SB's on, and we'll have SB come on, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate you all. Give me like 3 minutes. I'm just quickly going to go do what I need to do, and SB should be joining us, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure to follow if you guys are on here. Use that Prime sub. Guys, if you sub, you get access into D General and like provider-only chat where we watched Gintama the other day. For providers only. We're not analyzing it, but just watching it together, having a fun time and stuff. And we'll probably be doing Interspecies Reviewer and a redo of Mushoku Tensei and ReZero there, ladies and gentlemen. All right, be right back. Here we go. There you are. Hello, you beautiful man. What an episode.
I know. I've been looking forward to this episode for so long, and now Nat's picking on me on Twitter. So chat, if you believe in bi-curious, pick on Nat.
I have to be honest. I agree with you. I agree that like Rudy might be bi-curious. Just because I'm like, would he still have gotten hard if he hadn't had realized that it, like Fitz was a woman? I think so. I think all the signs were leading that way. But anyway, thoughts on the episode, brother? Holy crap. Yeah, like that was a lot to go through today.
There is a lot to go through. I'm debating on if you want to know the answer to something. It's technically cut content.
You know what?
Blow me straight.
Blow me away. Blow me away.
So before I answer it, I'm gonna make it very clear. This is cut content. So for those that are gonna knee jerk watching this is cut content. So in episode 0, I'm gonna go way back to episode 0. There is a couple of extra chapters that happen. Red depending what's. There's a couple of extra chapters that happen after Ariel leaves the kingdom, and she goes on this epic journey through the Hill Lands to make her way to the academy. And there is one chapter where she is with a couple of her handmaidens and all that, and then there's of course others with her, and she gets attacked, and she is assassinated, and she's killed. But that person was wearing a ring that takes on the appearance of Ariel.
Oh. So then
it's a missing extra chapter that's basically meant to hint at Ariel has this ability to do something. For chat saying that, do they think that it's going to cover it? No. It's very clear they skipped it. It's meant to allude to something later on, which is literally this episode. It's not that big of a deal. It's not like it's going to break the story. It's just literally, it explains why it's so confusing. And I think it would have been nice if they showed it just briefly.
Right.
But, they won't show it. It doesn't matter. It's not that big of a deal. And I mean, most people kind of twigged that there was something off. And I mean, it's a world of magic, so you put 2 and 2 together.
I will say, I'm like, I found it interesting how, like, for me, I was stuck on that for a little bit. I'm not going to lie. I was like, that Fitz is acting really different. And, like, even the words and whatnot, I was like, this isn't Fitz, is it? Like, I was stuck on that because I was like, it's very different personalities, very different everything. So I had an assumption that it might have been, someone else acting as Fitz. Or the princess, just because of the way that, like, oh my God, Luke stepped up. I was like, ooh. Speaking of that, fuck you. I love you, man, but fuck you. You had the rat thing going in my mind the entire week. It's been eating me up. It's not been good. It's not been good. So let me ask you this. In a way to not, like, it's just a rhetorical question I was asking Chad earlier. Because the rats that we know, I've been looking for, and I'm going to look for rats in season 1. So thank you for that. But I'm also, what are the rats that we know, right? Paul, Aisha, Norin, we have Rudy, Luke. So now you have me like over the top analyzing everything.
Oh my God. This is what I mean, chat. This is going to haunt him for so long.
That's why I'm like, dude.
Now my DMs are lighting up like a Christmas tree. We're just like, the rat.
Yeah. Even on social media, man, people have been like, "Oh, SB stumped him with the rat." Yeah, I'm done, dude. Like, zero clue what the fuck you're talking about.
Because I saw some people in the comments of the last stream video on YouTube, and they're like, "Oh, could this be a bit concerning? Maybe SB gave too much." Well, I'm like, nah. It will be too late once Ed works it out. As soon as Ed works what the rat means, it's too late. It's done and dusted. It's at that exact point.
Wow. It's like a one and done deal.
Yeah. As soon as you work out what the rat means, it's all done. It's all just laid on the table and it's all there.
Man, I hope they're probably freaking out about it. Ed, remember how you feel like right now. Okay? I will. I have this entire week, man. Entire week. I've been asking some of my other therapists, like the psychodynamic therapists, like, so what does a rat mean in like a psychodynamical way? And like they went into this huge metaphorical like aspect of like rats and dreams and aspects like that. I'm like, that has nothing to do with what I need for like to put shit together. So I am. SP has me on a grind I didn't think would be possible, so there you go. He's broken me.
I've got Ed like that in like some faraway field looking for hints for something.
Where's the rat? Where's the rat? Wow.
That is beautiful.
Well done. Well done. Through that, I do gotta ask you this, right? Which is, I guess how I started off this topic today, showcasing. A lot of people still seem to believe that, like psychologically, like your psyche has nothing to do with ED. Saw that in my comments. I'm pretty sure you've seen them on social media, Twitter, or whatnot, or X now. How do you feel about that? Because there's often a lot of like people just trying to hate on Rudy.
I mean, there have been 2 points where I've seen a lot of hate on Rudy, and I feel like it's like really kind of messed up, like the situation when Rudy was trying to stick a knife through his throat, and then the whole ED situation, a lot of people mocking him for that. And it's like, suicide's a serious topic that shouldn't be mocked in any way, shape, or form. It's something that takes many people's lives, and ED is something that I feel like never really gets talked about enough as it should, simply for the fact because, as I mentioned on X, a lot of men get shamed for talking about very touchy or sensitive topics.
Right.
And so there is not really that much out there about it, because I've seen one tweet that was like, oh, well, they believe there was more of a physical element rather than a psychological element, and that it's much more rarer because online sites. And I'm just like, well, you can go on online sites that tell you the earth is flat. That doesn't make it true, though.
Right.
And because of the stigmatization behind ED and other illness, like mental illnesses that can be similar in nature and different ways that it can affect down below or interactions in that capacity, I feel like those get like stigmatized so much that men feel ashamed to even want to talk about it publicly or with anyone in general. And I think that's why it rarely gets talked about. It's because of that shaming. And it's not just like, it's just shaming in general. Like a lot of men will shame other men for it, which is sad because sometimes those men that are shaming other men are probably going through something like that as well. And so it is just sad to see that. And I think a lot of the mocking for it kind of shows that I think people are missing the bigger picture of the story itself. But I think at this point, some people are just going to rock up every week looking for something to hate about Rudy. So I'm just like, it is what it is. This week, although, will be spicy because of giving a child alcohol and Rudy possibly being bi-curious. So that's going to stir a storm in the community.
I mean, we already have Nat over here trying to, you know, prove why
She's trying to rally her army.
Right.
Yeah, she's rallying Twitter against me. I'm stubborn though. I'm very stubborn. I'm not budging.
You're not budging. X will go crazy. My thing is, I'm excited for when she joins us back, when she's back in her apartment and stuff and able to go ahead and join us for some of these streams, because it'll be interesting to talk about this, because I'm like, he identifies, like he says it like, I am in love with the man, right? So he clearly identifies that, and then he starts asking questions like, oh, but what if he's a girl, or what if whatever? So he starts to try and qualify it, but his main statement is, I'm in love with the man. And that is like full stop, full everything. Like,
I think people need to realize is that Rudy's very confused at that point. He doesn't know how to think. He doesn't know how to feel. He's having problems downstairs. He's fell in love with who he believes is a man. And so he's always believed himself to be straight. So he's starting to question himself. He's like, well, what if Fitz is a woman? What if this? Or what if that? But at the end of the day, if you take the whole female or male away from it, Rudy is in love with Fitz.
Yeah,
that's the point. It's basically Rudy doesn't care what gender Fitz is. At the end of the day, deep down inside of himself, he's just confused, so he's questioning things. But deep down inside, he is in love with Fitz,
right?
And the gender doesn't matter to him. And there has been some other situations. Someone did bring up in one of the volumes, I think it was volume 3, they said that Rudy did say that he was down for a femboy. So, because I've seen some people being like, oh, well, Rudy isn't into someone like Talhan. I'm like, yes, but just because I'm straight doesn't mean I'm into every female out there. There's clearly tastes that Rudy has when it comes to male and female. So clearly, Rudy swings both ways, but he's in a specific type of males, and that is that femboy kind of thing. And then I've seen some people say, well, if he's only into femboys, then clearly he's into women. And it's like, well, no, he's willing to go the other route. It's just they've got to have some feminine traits, which is what Fitz has.
Right.
So I think that's what it's trying to do. But I also think the writer's done it deliberately so that there is no answer. They've designed it in such a way that Rudy finds out that Fitz is female right at the point where he's about to answer the question of, is he into Fitz as a male? And so the writer's deliberately done it that way just to be like, never going to know the answer, but it's up to you to decide on yourself. And I think that's what the writer's done it deliberately, is it's more of a, you come up with your own answer, whether it's straight or not.
Right. Like for me, I'm just going to be honest, like in therapy, if you're like, I'm in love with this man. Boom. Said and done. Right? Doesn't mean that you're gay. Doesn't mean that anything. It just says at this point in time, you are in love with this person. And that's A-okay. I feel like oftentimes people try and put others into like labels or categories specifically to that because it's easier for them to like comprehend the world. But at that point in time, as you're saying, Fitz is in love, or Rudy is in love with Fitz. And that's a big aspect through that. And even through that, like, yeah, he's like the gender aspect might be out of curiosity, but nonetheless, he accepts Fitz as the male presentation of himself that came through first, because that is how he knew him as. That it's like, for example, I wonder if SP is a woman, right? But I'm in love with SP. I'm in love with SP for who he is. But if he's a woman, that's a positive. Like, you know, like that. Like I can add on a little bit of extra sauce. Nonetheless, though, I think, and I'm going to throw this out there because I saw the opening, and I got to ask you this: is Sylphie going to get pregnant?
I mean, what happens if you get busy?
Yeah.
A possibility. It's a possibility, maybe. You know, if they get busy, if they finally get together, if they finally stop playing cat and mouse and finally admit their feelings for each other. I mean, I've got a question for you, Ed.
Sure.
Where do bats live?
Bro, where are you going to take me with this? In caves. Why were you?
I prepped for this.
Yeah.
This last night. I was like, how can I mess with him? I was sitting there for hours. I was like, what new animal can I bring up to mess with you?
Fuck you.
For next week's episode?
Yes. Oh, no. Okay. In caves? Why?
Caves?
Just don't. They live in my bedroom. SP's playing 4D chess now. Oh, God. SP found
Cats
the loophole.
and rats and bats. Well, that actually kind of rhymes, actually. I'm getting kind of good.
Right? Yeah. Your improvement is phenomenal. Now you know how to go out and hit on certain things.
It's going to be a game of cat and mouse with a bunch of hiding bats.
Right. But through this, though, I guess I got to show. I'm not. Let me see if I can pull it up. Hold on. Let me move this over here. Pull this back up. Because I find this interesting, and I'm kind of wanting to see if you see it as well, or if it's just Ed is going a little crazy here. Hold on. Here we go. Hold on. How do I place this? Trying to get this in here just for you guys. Rats, bats, caves, everything.
What can I say? There's going to be a storm next week.
All right. There we go. You should be able to see it there on the corner.
Yep.
So, nice lips we have here, right? Nice little curtain lips that we have there with a little bit of light in it, right? Just saying. I'm looking at this and I'm like, as we've been processing everything, this is thanks to you, man. This is thanks to all your little, like, you know, conversations that we've had about the opening, about going through and rewatching shit. And I'm like, the cage is open next to her legs. Like, all of these things, SP, what have you done to me? That's all I gotta say is, like, I feel every week that we do this stuff, you get me more and more involved into analyzing this opening and the characters and whatnot.
I'm just impressed every week that you've done like an hour analysis on the OP every single week.
Honestly, same. I'm like, fuck, I can't believe you've gone that wild. The rat has made Ed crazy. Yeah, the rat has broken me.
Oh, that is beautiful.
It's every week. It is. The Oshinoko effect. Well, that's how you know that it's a good story. Like, and it's a good opening or it's a good show, whatnot. It's like, if we have the time to stop and talk about it, there's probably a lot to go ahead and dig in there. So through that, for yourself, I guess this is where it comes in. Do you feel like the lack of checks and balances, we were talking about relapsing a little bit, is what has allowed for Rudy to, like, some of his perverted behaviors to start popping up more? Like, if we were to put this in an example, when he was with Soldat, there was Soldat and others, Soldat who would call him out, right? Previously in the group, like Sarah and some of the others would call him out for that behavior. But now he's in a school where there's a lot of individuals that are just like, wow, Rudy's so strong, right? People may not interact with him or may not like him, but they're not saying no, and they're not putting boundaries on him. So I'm kind of wondering if you see this as a way, like, Rudy's sort of, in a way, relapsing back into those behaviors in the previous episodes, or what are your thoughts on that?
I mean, especially with the Beast Girls, he's a little bit more playful, and I think that's because the Beast Girls kind of let him have his way, and that's because, of course, he is the boss man, and they're arguing who's number 2 and who's number 3 on his pedigree list of side hustles. But yeah, I definitely do feel like there's no one there to kind of bring him back into that kind of fold, especially with the fact that he is as strong as he is and everyone kind of sees him as the leader of the university now because he took out Fitz.
Right.
There is that situation where he doesn't have the checks and balances like he originally did with the other characters as well. Unless something changed.
Okay. Out of these characters, now you got my mind going, because now I'm like, wait a minute. I have another question that may lead into you, which is, how often does Rudy relapse? You got my brain in hover mode here, like.
I feel like in his early stages of his life, he was relapsing more frequently, but as time's gone on, he doesn't relapse as much.
But what about the severity of the relapse? See, because my thing is, we all relapse, like, we can relapse a lot and be growing from it, but then be smaller relapses. And as adults, what often happens is when you relapse, it's like harder relapses in some instances.
Here's a question.
Sure.
If he was to get a wife, let's just say he married a nice, pretty girl, and she was more open to his more shenanigans, do you think he'd become a lot more kinkier, specifically hyper-focused on her, and then ignore everyone else?
Maybe.
Especially that means he's still being kinky, very playful, but he's more focused on one individual rather than being playful with others. So instead of that bad behavior being focused on everyone, it's all pointed at one person that wants that behavior.
Let me push this even further. SB, I'll make you out to be Rudius at the moment, right? Say that, or actually no, I'll be Rudius for this example, just to get your feelings on this. Say that you're my number one, you're my ride or die, right? Like, I come in, SB and Ed officially got together, we're married, guys. There you go, congratulations. And all of a sudden, I'm like, hey, SB, I'm in love with Nat. I'm going to bring Nat into this relationship. Hey, SB, I'm in love with Chibi. I'm going to bring Chibi into this relationship. Would you still feel like our relationship is prized? Would you feel like number 1, number 2, number 3? What effects would this have on others and yourself in this relationship?
I know where you're going with this, you deviant man. Personally, myself, I'm not the kind of sharing type.
Okay.
But I'm sure maybe others on this fine planet or elsewhere are open to multiple relationships.
Sure. But let me
share their load each week.
Let me ask you this. How would you feel if I paid more attention to Nat or Chibi during that time that we're all together? Would you still feel like number 1?
I had this vision of the Spartan movie where this is Spartan me kicking Alpha Ledge. Be like, this is my head.
Mine.
Oh, I don't know why that picture went away.
Bro. Oh, no. Hold on. I got to get you up. You're a little quiet there. I got you. Oh, just answer with the rat. Yeah, I don't know, but that's what I'm asking, because I'm sort of wondering, like, we've seen Rudy relapse from a heartbreak, right? A heartbreak has caused him to relapse into the state where he's been working out of. So my fear is this, and I guess this is my line of questioning for you. Say that him and Sophie get together, whatever may come. Is he truly healed, or will a relapse cause this relationship to sever?
What do you think would make a relapse happen?
Well, my thing is, it's probably like an attachment break, right? Like, doesn't have to be, because a lot of people think when I say attachment break, it's romantic, but it doesn't have to be romantic. It can be anything from like your sister no longer wanting to talk to you, or, Paul going away and never coming back, being like, I'm going to go for milk, or like anyone that you really care about no longer trying to be in your life can cause an attachment break, which is my line of questioning. Like, I guess that stands for you, which is, do you believe that a relapse is possible in a scenario afterwards?
Possible.
Oh, SP, I thought you were going to give me more than that. Oh.
I've wisened up to you.
Answer with the rat. Answer with the rat. No. Okay, here comes my next moment. If he relapses, I hate to ask this because I'm scared of what may come through. Is it easier for people to take advantage of someone when they've relapsed? My answer, psychologically speaking, is yes. But now I'm kind of scared as to what this may entail for the future. Like, do you believe, and I'll ask this for you, what do you think about Rudius's journey going forward?
Just because things are sunshine and rainbows right now doesn't mean there aren't dark times ahead. Got to remember, there's still one missing person.
Actually, good segue. Who's the blue-haired girl?
I can't tell you that yet.
Bro, don't. There's 2 episodes left, brother. There's 2 episodes left.
You'll probably never find out this year or next year at that rate. You'll probably find out in season 3. I cannot tell you.
That is so fucked up.
But I know you're working something out. Because I've got spies and my little spiders are telling me that you're cluing onto something.
I am. I've been working on some
They've been
theories.
DMing me. They've been like, Ed's working it out. Quick, you got to gaslight him.
Fuck you, chat. Whoever the fuck is doing that, man. If you're a mod, I'm about to demod your ass for that. Oh no. Blocked by Sproller courtesy. Hold on. Let me see. Let me find it.
It will probably be episode 0 of season 3. You'll find out. Well, yeah, probably.
Episode 0 of season 3. Brother, you know how long that's probably going to be from now? Like,
yeah, it's pretty long. I mean, telling you who the blue-haired girl is a spoiler and not a spoiler at the same time. It's
okay, here we go. Got it. No.
Yeah. My little spiders, what they told me about what you're cluing onto.
There we go. Perfect. There you go. Okay. What is this? This is I've been looking at these pictures for a while. I'm gonna zone in even harder. Hold on. What is this? Holy Land of the Sword.
I wonder what would happen in an area full of swords.
But my thing is, here's the Magic University. Here's the Holy Land of the Swords. Like, I've been paying attention to this map, right? And this is like, I am the bone of my sword. Where is Ghislaine? Oh, and SB goes quiet. SB goes quiet. So there's something to do with this side then. Thank you, SB. That smile in those eyes.
I was looking at the map.
No, sure. This is where I'm wondering is if it's this close or they're in this environment, somewhere close to one another. Because other areas of this map do not make sense to me. Like, as to where they can possibly be. I know it's Microsoft Edge, guys. I know. Dragon God's Hole. There's also a Heaven continent, which... What?
It's not... Northrend. Northrend? Trying to figure the zone in World of Warcraft. I forgot it. Ice Crown Citadel.
Ice Crown Citadel. Which is interesting. Looking at this whole traveling map and whatnot has made me really gain a bigger understanding of the world at play here. But I'm just curious, out of everything that's been shown, that one area stood out to me. That's why I wanted to go ahead and highlight it. That's what I've been looking at and working through on the Discord, where I'm like, Holy Land of Swords.
What do you think that place has?
Let me ask you this, because you clearly brought up like, what does that entail? Is that like the same way that we have the Magic University? Would that be like something in that regard or no?
Could have swords there.
I mean, yeah, but more than likely, what else would it have? If there's swords in there, there'd probably be sword people in there, right? Swordsmen.
I mean, who likes swords?
SV, I'm gonna come through this screen and just like grab you and be like, no.
I hear people like using swords for training and stabbing and developing their fine arts of abilities.
Wait a minute. Does blue-haired girl... Wait a minute. Wait a fucking minute. Hold on. What episode did blue-haired girl appear? Chat. What episode? Y'all are usually my good episode 8. Thank you. They're so good. They're so good and quick with it. I can just ask them a question and they'll pop it up. Hold on. We doing this. You have now triggered something in me.
Chat.
I'm only cooking because you're allowing me to cook, you see? Hold on. I really have to switch this every time. Wow.
The thing is, I didn't say anything about the sword area. He clued that on based on the map. So he's gone, oh, place with swords? Swords?
I'm sure y'all can see that. Yeah. Let me mute this. Because our purpose here is not about, like, rewatching it. But rather... Okay.
I mean, when people were telling me in the DMs that you were cluing onto it, and they just said, yeah, he's found that area, and I'm like, oh, he's already kind of worked out what the sword means. I mean, it says it in the name, so you'd have to be stupid not to know what the word sword means.
Let me ask you this. She's wearing, like, a winter outfit, and everyone else is wearing more of a... Does she know Eris? Is she, like, involved in this? Dude, wait a minute. Like, just the attire in of itself. She has fur and, like, stuff to, like, clearly, like, withhold the cold or that environment. Like, does she come from that area, SB?
Can I ask you a question, Ed? What's Eris like when it comes to Rudy?
Well, I mean, she blows him the fuck up, I'm pretty sure. Oh my god, you have to check out SP. SP's amazing. Like, SP's a god sent to Earth. He could silent cast and do so many things, right? Like, she's more than likely spreading the good word of Rudy, I would assume. So, SP. SP?
What do you want me to say? My hands are shackled here.
I mean, we saw how Eris was with Cliff, right? Yeah.
Eris definitely has a big mouth when it comes to her feelings towards Rudy. And you believe that, what? Eris might be in this sword location? Is that what you're hinting?
Yeah, wouldn't she be talking greatly about this man towards everyone? Hold on, you're literally having me have like a braingasm at the moment, which is amazing, but at the same time, if she's there, if they're at this holy land of swords, and they're talking about all of this, and Rudy's at the magic uni, wouldn't it be a lot closer for them to just come through and see what she's really talking about? Also, I have the wrong window capture up. Hold on. Wrong window capture up. There you go. If she's at the Holy Land of Swords, and Rudy's at the Magic Uni, wouldn't it be easy to come and verify Eris's claims this way? Wow, SB is amazing. Y'all have to know him. SB's incredible, 10 out of 10. Y'all have to go and see him. Like, his fingers will send you to heaven. Y'all have to go and find that out for yourselves or whatever. There are some people that are going to go ahead and want to challenge that and want to see if SB's that good with his fingers, I'm assuming. So, hey, yo. No, it's just an example, though. It's just an example of highlighting this. So I'm wondering, I don't know. This is where my mind is at. Unless she's in the nearest kingdom, which I don't know, man. I don't know. You have my brain working overtime, SP. This is what you do after our discussions. I literally sit and look at the map and think about things quick, SP, hide. Renoa Kingdom goes pretty north also. You're right. There's a bunch of unexplored area out here. Right. But still, Holy Land of the Sword. I would assume that this is probably where they're at. Anyway, with that, what would you give this episode that we watched?
I give it a boner out of 10.
Would you say it was a pretty hard standard to live up to now?
It was a very hard-hitting episode.
Ooh, okay.
Really got my engines going.
Nice. So with this, though, I guess my question for you is, do you see aspects of yourself in Rudy? Or in any of the characters?
I made a joke in your Discord in the chat that you can't actually read.
Uh-huh.
When they were talking about the one line where Rudy says, "Oh, I really want to like crank it out," and then Fitz rocks up behind and is like, "Crank out what?" And I was sitting there going, "That's what I felt like when I was in hospital because I couldn't do it for like days." And I was like, "Rudy, my boy, I understand how you feel."
You're like, my man.
My man. Respect.
Yeah. I mean, overall, honestly, if you have a bet, like I'm gonna phrase it this way, guys. Mastication and masturbation is very healthy. Y'all should go ahead and do whatever you need to do to take care of yourselves. But the times that you can't do it, whew, man, you can feel it. I'm like, you can feel it. Everyone go cranky. Same when I was at boot camp. Oh, Arnex. Oh, I'm so sorry. How would you not masticate? I don't know. Some people are swallowers, dude. Like, they don't eat their food. They don't masticate. That came out really dirty. Some people really just don't take the time to enjoy their food, I just got done masticating with the straw. True. Okay. I guess my next question for you, and if you're comfortable, are you down to open this up for the Mushoku Tensei haters? Let's see if there's anyone in here. Guys, lurkers in here. If there's any MT haters that genuinely dislike it, would you guys be comfortable coming on? Mention this in the beginning of the stream and actually having a civilized discussion with us. Are you guys comfortable coming on? Because there's a lot of people out there who love to either shit on I guess anyone, yourself, myself, Nat, whoever they can find about like Mushoku Tensei stuff. Like, we're allowing Rudy to be too open, or allowing Rudy to be whatnot. I don't think you're a Mushoku Tensei hater, Masha Tank, if anything. So let me go ahead and quickly see. Let me see what pops up.
SB, do you support dwarf child alcoholism?
Yes.
I mean, she clearly enjoyed it.
But I mean, it's also like different cultures and different aspects like that. Like, we have to remember, like, me growing up in Mexico, like, sure, not supposed to give people alcohol. You're a kid, they're like, here, try this. And then it's like, oop. Whoa, what is that?
Yeah, it's not like she went like 6 rounds of it. It was like 1 round.
Right. All right, let me
Plus,
see if
dwarfs in mythology are meant to be very tolerant to alcohol. It's kind of like they're in their bloodstream kind of thing.
I have something that will really rile up some people. Okay. Hello, can you hear us? Masha, Tank, can you hear us? Okay, you can hear me. I'll try and project. Yeah, you want to jump in general as well, SB?
That's what I was going to do.
All right, hold on, guys. Hold on. Yeah, I got to get you on the other one. Hold on. Yeah, bringing you over here. We'll go on to Wizards, and I'll bring you up. We do this one for safety because we don't want just random people being able to go ahead and join and take everything apart. So let me bring this up. Hold on, guys. Here we go. Boop. Oh, wrong one. There we go. All right, SB Mashe, what's up? Wait, because of what? It is heresy. Okay.
He is not Bulbasaur because Bulbasaur becomes poison type. How would anyone dare say that Sylphie is poison? Okay, she's an angel. She's adorable. She's a fairy
So what
type.
you're saying is Roxy's Bulbasaur.
No.
Wait, what?
Roxy is Poplio.
Now I'm going to stick with Roxy's Bulbasaur now.
Oh no. So you're saying because Bulbasaur turns into a poison type, like Sylphie can't be poison?
Yeah. Sylphie is actually a Pokemon that does not exist right now. It's a grass fairy. So Sylphie is just too ahead of Pokemon. She doesn't exist right now. Maybe in a future generation.
I mean, I guess I'll ask this question again, a rhetorical question. Is Sylphie always going to be with Rudy, or is there going to be some toxicity in this relationship? Oh, Espy, your eyes.
Now Mac Tank's just sitting there going, like, he can't say anything, and I'm sitting there going, see, now people know how I feel.
Yeah, now they're in the same boat.
There can be toxicity in anything, like just like with Relapse, you know. So
just like with Relapse, hold on.
Just because there is one element of toxicity doesn't mean that an entire relationship is toxic.
I feel like if Sylphia was to enter a toxic relationship, I think it would be probably because of the rat.
No, don't bring up the no. Not la rata. No.
Oh, the rat comes back again.
But I mean, for people, like, I thought you were gonna hate on MT Masha Tank. I didn't think that you were just gonna come in with a hot take.
No, I don't hate on MT, but
sure.
I have seen the light, and so no, I can't just accept people saying that Sylphie is Bulbasaur, Aeris is Charmander, and Roxy is Squirtle. Because Aeris doesn't become a giant flying lizard. She wants to kill giant flying lizards. You know, Aeris is a Chimchar because she's a fighting type.
I mean, okay, but
she was called a monkey when she was with the Boreas.
Well, I was gonna say, so Roxy's not a Squirtle. My bad.
Roxy is Poplio.
Okay, so she's Poplio.
It's the clone outer seal.
So, I guess through this, a good follow-up question then would be this: like, sometimes we become the things that we hate. So I kind of wonder, like, in this analogy that people use for like red, blue, and green, are we not sure that like it's just people using a Pokemon for relatability purposes? I.e., you need all three starters to be like, you literally need different games to catch all three starters, right? Or you need to start and restart the game 3 different times to get all three. But yet Rudius is doing this like in his first run through, I guess. If we're doing it this way with the 3 different bird color feathers that are seen in the opening and whatnot, like, wouldn't this just be like the symbolism towards that?
There are some people that like to play completionist, going 100%.
Sure.
Don't know if that's the case for Rudius.
But all right. Alrighty, man. Well, I appreciate you coming on and teaching us the ways of the RGB. All right, man. I'm gonna drop you down. Anybody else, ladies and gentlemen, that has a Mushoku Tensei hot take or actually hates Mushoku Tensei? Now's your time. Giving you guys a week, and I know that you guys are out there because a lot of you guys like to lurk. Either that, or you're in your own little reactor meta server trying to go ahead and talk shit about people. Giving you guys a week plus. Rudy doesn't have any Pokeballs when Pikachu came. Let me fix this for you again, Espy. You all of a sudden, your head went down and your body went up. I gotta fix this live. There we go. Good. Hey, there we go. Beautiful. All right, ladies and gentlemen, anybody else have a hot take or something against Mushoku Tensei that they want to come up and say?
I think chat should be really proud of me at the fact that I've thrown so many hints at you and you've not twigged to some of them.
People assume that I just know everything, man. Like they I can just include into everything that you're saying, and it's like no, I get maybe one out of.
You're a wizard.
Oh yeah, people love to go and throw that out there. Anybody else? Nick, since I know you strongly dislike Mushoku Tensei. Terminus, I don't know, Kraith, AZ. If there's anyone out there that genuinely dislikes Mushoku Tensei and wants to come out and say something, you guys have the ability to. I have no hot takes, probably at most a lukewarm one. Mushoku Tensei is so good it raised the bar, now I can't. Oh, dislike? I dislike all day about the animation for season 2. Is the animation really that different from season 1 to season 2 in your opinion, SP?
No. I mean, the first couple of episodes with Volume 7 were a little bit rough. I mean, there were a couple of scenes that I liked a little bit more, like the fight with the tree. But, no. I think once I hit the university arc, everything was pretty much on par from what I expect. The same kind of backdrops that are kind of mystical and grand. I mean, there's always those still shot images where things look weird and janky. I mean, there are a couple from season 1 where Eris looks repixelated and weird. Yeah.
So far, I think the first couple of episodes were animation was something that we could call out on. But lately, it's been okay. Lately, it hasn't been anything that's been completely detracting away from the story.
Last week was really tame episode. This week, probably with alcoholism.
Oh, yeah.
And the buy thing, because I've seen some heated debates about the buy thing, but that's going to kind of probably brew for a little bit on Twitter. Because I did start a poll, and it started off really strong for Bi-Curious, but I think some people started sharing it around with certain groups, and so the straight part jumped pretty quickly.
Oh, no.
But then Nat left a comment 4 hours ago, and most of her fans generally will agree with her. So, and she believes Rudy straight, so I'm like, damn it. I need to muster the troops.
Guys, you heard it. It's a rally call. It's a rally call from SP. Stewarding groups means Nat, right? Oof. There you go. Thank you.
There you go, chat.
There you go, chat. You agree with Nat? Wait, why? I feel like I've seen a few people.
I mean, this will be interesting with the chat. Who doesn't agree that Rudy's Bi-Curious and why?
Yeah. What specifically comes out of that? Because I'm saying, I'm sorry, but if someone identifies as, I'm in love with the man, point blank, there you go. That's okay. It is what it is. He's something that's not straight. How about that, right? Hablando en serio, ¿sería bisexual o gay si enamora de un hombre que en realidad es mujer? Bueno, I'm going to say this in Spanish. Él identificó en el episodio que él está enamorado de un hombre, no, sin saber quién Fitz era de verdad. Él cuestiona si Fitz es una mujer, pero él no sabe 100%. Entonces, puede ser bicurioso, bisexual, no hay problema, o demisexual en eso. I think a lot of people question how Rudy was at that point since she was a woman. Under some level of duress or distress, if he feels the same after being cured and healthy, then sure. But Sagus, you're always under some level of distress or duress. In life, you're always going to be under some level of distress. Like work. You might have a crush on someone and not be able to go ahead and share those feelings. Life is always going to throw stuff under your way. He expresses himself, I am in love with the man, without necessarily being having a gun under him or being tortured or whatnot. This came out of his own free will until he starts questioning whether or not she is. So that's my question is for you, SB. How do you respond to that?
I was reading some comments about saying how Rudy was distressed about Fitz being a male. That wasn't the case. Rudy, when he sits there and says, I'm in love with a male, he's he's questioning himself. He's in a sense of curiosity, questioning, and he's also confused as well because downstairs is starting to maybe start to now work. He's getting some weird bubbly feelings, so he's confused because he's always believed himself to be straight. And that's the thing. He's discovering something about himself that he never knew. And so he's kind of wondering, well, maybe is it because Fitz is male or female or is female? So he's questioning things, and that's why he's trying to look for answers. And that's why I think the writer did it in this way, that it was never meant to give you the proper answer. It's meant to be an open-ended answer. Right. It's meant to kind of allow you to kind of make your own interpretation of it. But I don't think it's definitive. I mean, you can argue either or either, but I feel like it's one of those where it's like, is the glass half empty, half full? It's the perspective. The thing is that Rudy is pretty clear that he's like, I'm in love with a man.
Yeah.
But then people say, well, he was questioning if Fitz is female. That's because he's confused. And I mean, he should be confused. He's got stuff going on downstairs. It's not functioning. He's got new feelings that he's unsure about. There's a lot going on in that academy. And he's also got this weird power dynamic where everyone's petrified of him. He's confused in many different ways. That's the point. Rudy is in a state of confusion. So he's going to panic. He's going to think, well, I need answers. And what's the first thing you're going to do? You're going to look for any answer you can find. Well, I was straight before, right? I was into girls. I slept with Eris, and I liked this other girl named Sylphia, which he didn't, didn't mind when he thought they were male as well.
Right.
But he's confused now. And so he's trying to find answers. And the first thing he's thinking is, well, I used to be straight. Maybe it's because Fitz is female. And that's why the writer's just so clever, is because it's like, well, Fitz is really a female. So it's kind of like, it gives that idea that, well, maybe Rudy is straight. But at the same time, Rudy isn't opposed to it either. In the light novels, there is more context that Rudy does say in the light novels that he's not opposed to it either. He notes to himself that he's like, oh, well, if Fitz is really a male, he's like, I don't really mind it. And that's one of the things that I do think there's going to be a bit of a difference between some anime fans are going to probably lean more towards the straight, while some light novel fans are going to lean towards the bi-curious, because the light novel does go into more of his discovery process and him wondering and him just kind of realizing that's like, it doesn't really matter which one it is. I love Fitz for who they are, and he's okay with that, but he still wants to know because he does think there's something odd going on in it, and it really stems from that moment when Rudy went out to the street and was like, well, why is Fitz acting weird? Why is this weird relationship going on? And that's why Fitz is called Silent Fitz. Fitz isn't allowed to talk in public, because if Ariel is pretending to be Fitz, it's only a disguise. It's not a voice changer. So if Ariel's talking in Fitz's disguise, it's Ariel's voice with Fitz's appearance, so that's why it's Silent Fitz. But that's where the questioning starts to happen. Rudy is curious at who's behind the glasses, but Rudy's also into feminine traits. So it's like, I've seen that argument as well, as where people are like, oh, well, if Rudy's into feminine boys, well, then that's just boys. And saying, well, no, there's some chances that Rudy could be into a feminine male, but is okay with the rest of the body parts downstairs. So the author's very clever. They've very much left a nice little bait for people to take, and it all just comes down to interpretation. I don't think there's a right or wrong answer, but I lean more towards the bi-curious or the bi component, because I think Rudy's okay with it, but I think his preferences are female. Sure. And that's another point I've seen, is where people go, well, clearly his preferences are female, so it has to be. I was like, well, he can be okay with dating a guy, but he may prefer a female, but he's okay with it. That doesn't mean that he's straight. It just means that he'd prefer a female for those bed activities and children and all that kind of stuff, but he's willing to swing the other way.
So I guess my follow-up question for you is this, which is, would he still have gotten hard if, Sylphie was a femboy?
I think he would have.
Yeah. So then there we go. Like, it's as simple as this. Would he that have been an instance to where, like, wait a minute, okay, I'm hard, he fell on me, that type of environment? Like, I think probably. So, he needs, that's a big thing. It's the emotional connection that like, they need to have before downstairs can get activated, which I think it doesn't matter if they're female or male as long as that emotional connection is there, you know. Bad a nickel for every time Rudy mistaken Sophie for... I mean, okay, how about this? What if Roxy all of a sudden, you know, she's like, I love you, Rudy, but I wants to turn into a cute femboy. Would Rudy still go for Roxy? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, easy, yes.
Easy.
Yes. I like how when we put it onto other characters, it's more of a simpler yes, but for Sophie, it's like, I don't know. That just means
I mean, here's a question.
Sure.
What if Eris came back and she said, I love you, Rudy. I want to be with you, but I want to be your husband. Would Rudy say yes? Chat? Now, Ed isn't going to understand what I just done here, but I've called you out, chat, light novel readers. Answer the question.
Wait, what?
Now I made him confused.
Wait, what? Wait, what do you mean by that? Wait, what do you mean? I want to be like that girl.
That's all I'm going to say. You're just going to have to stew on that just like the rat and the bat.
But what do you mean? Like, what do you mean? Bro, now you have me questioning.
Gotcha, chat. Gotcha.
Princess Rudy.
I got chat and Ed at the same time. That's a beauty.
Why don't you use this as like arguments for your piece there? I feel like you just came up with some wonderful arguments to throw up there.
I can use that on Nat because Nat understands the joke.
Oh, I'm talking about the Roxy ones and some of the other ones that we're going into.
Yeah. But Nat's argument for why she believes Rudy is straight, because I've had this in DMs, is that she believes that Rudy knew all along that it was Sylphia, which I don't agree with because Rudy has monologued multiple times that Fitz is Fitz and that he's never questioned who Fitz is. And even to this still point at this episode that he still doesn't think Fitz is Sylphia.
Right. I mean, anime-wise, he's only shown that, like, Fitz is Fitz, and it's been nothing aside from that. So, like, as far as I've seen, he's legitimately thought that Fitz is only Fitz and not, like, tried to investigate that further. If it was deep down inside, I think we would have heard a monologue about it, considering we hear a lot of his deeper monologues about everything else. But I agree with the plap, plap, plap guy up there. Oh. But anyways, with that being said, I'm excited, man. I think we let this opportunity be up here for those that wanted to come up here and argue and or discuss. We've gone over a little bit of like the sexual side for Rudy and for others. Is there anything that you wanted to talk about in regards to this episode or any themes that pop up for you?
We mostly touched on everything. I think next episode, well, we've got 2 episodes left, so it's going to be so hard once this call's over. That 6-month wait is going to kill me.
6-month wait. But I mean, don't we have like Frieren, whatever that is coming? I'm not sure. Are you going to be watching that?
I'll be watching that. Then you've got Shield Hero Season 3 and then Eminence in the Shadow Season 2.
I was going to say, I know Eminence in the Shadow is like, oh man, that's going to be great. That's going to be great. I'm excited for Eminence. I feel a lot of people have shit on Eminence. Like, you know, oh, it's not that deep, but bro, there's a lot of goodness in it. There's a lot of goodness in Eminence. You just need to be open to it.
It's so much fun. It's taking the Mickey, as they say, out of the isekai genre. Because I feel like a lot of isekais try to take themselves too serious, but try to be funny at the same time, while Eminence just tries to take the whole thing and just throws it out the window and just goes, let's just make a main protagonist that's just batshit insane. And I think that's what I like about it. But Shield Hero will be the more serious one this season, while Eminence will be the silly one.
Well, my thing is, I feel like...
But I am kind of sad that I think a lot of people are going to hate on Shield Hero because of how Season 2 turned out.
Because of how Season 2 turned out? How was season 2? Like, now you got to give me a little bit more than that. Because I'm like,
the beginning for season 2 was very rushed. They skipped over some stuff in the volumes because it's a very boring volume, which is like a training one. And then after that, like the second half was really good. I really liked the second half, but it was the first half that just was not. It was very awkward, very janky in the story, and there was some animation issues as well with a certain creature. It's just, yeah, it's one of those where I think a lot of people are going to dunk on it because of that, but also a lot of the major theme from season 1 is kind of over for the time being. And I think the thing, and there's also a lot of characters that people don't like in the series, particularly the other heroes, and because those heroes kind of appear in the story and they are pivotal to the story because they are their own main characters in their own right, some people don't want to see those characters. They only want to see their favorite characters, and Shield Hero cast is not exactly small either, and it's only going to grow next season as well, because one of my favorite characters will be introduced in season 3.
See, I want to start Shield Hero at some point because I heard there's a lot to dissect in season 1. But I'm but I'm scared of like dead seasons, you know, where like it wasn't that good, and therefore like there's nothing to dig into. Like that's sort of what scares me about some animes or some shows. There's a lot to choose from next season. Shield Hero is a Psychologist playground. Oof. Just stop after season 1.
Yeah. Season 1 will be a lot of fun for you. Season 2 at the start will be a little bit bumpy. And then the second half will be fine. And then season 3 will be an absolute roller coaster for you.
Oh, wow. Okay. So season 2 is just the one that you have to like work your way like through. Yeah. But I will say, man, I'm excited. I'm excited. I think I'm into some of my like top lists. So is Frieren. Rent a Girlfriend's new season came out this season, right?
Yeah, Rent a Girlfriend season 3 is this season. That's where everything goes downhill after that.
Oh no. Oh no. As if it wasn't already going down.
Seasons 1, 2, and 3 are good. After that, it just goes to shit.
Oh no. Oh no.
I've read most of the manga. I gave up. Especially when there was the whole chapter about brushing your teeth. I was like, yep, I'm done.
Does anybody ever get chosen? Because I thought that, like, you know, it's a will he not? Goblin Slayer. SAO. I mean,
Goblin Slayer season 2, is coming out this October as well. But that one's just more of a fun D&D ride. There's nothing really to dissect out of Goblin Slayer, but it is fun still nonetheless.
Log Horizon is one I want to get into. I've heard a lot of good things from SB on Log Horizon.
I love Log Horizon.
My thing is, a lot of these shows that are coming up, a lot of people seem to not understand that, like, Vinland Saga will probably finish that pretty quickly, and some of the other series out there. So if you guys like some shows, just stick through. When we finish these, we'll have an open poll for you guys to be able to go ahead and vote. 86. We still need Core 2, I think, for 86. I know Desperate would be interesting, and I think Voldis Fox would want to join us for that. Hey, yo.
Who's best girl chat? Who's best girl?
Who's best girl chat? I'm like...
Yeah. That's right, Akuski. That's got a lot of dust on it.
100 girlfriends. And, oh, God. Oh, God. To be fair, the show I want is not an anime, so their chances are not good. So many different opinions here. But guys, I love y'all. Thank you so much for coming out and like literally being open to chatting with us. Show that love and support to SB, because SB is learning, man. SB, we got to give props to SB. He is learning how to go ahead and divert and throw random sequences out there that is like completely shocking us. But go show that love and support to SB on YouTube, on everywhere, because he like, I don't know, he's my love, man. And also seeing that body pillow in the background, that's amazing, brother. That is amazing. I just noticed it.
Cola.
That's amazing. Gate is really good. But guys, with that being said, SB, do you have any final words?
For those that also want another good isekai to watch, if you haven't watched it, The Saint's Magic Power is Ominous Season 2 as well as this October, because I really like that. But the main character is a female, so.
Ooh. I'm excited for that. I'm also excited for us digging into Eminence in the Shadow and ReZero when we get the chance. I know Nat's going to get mad at us for that, but it'll be interesting how many questions we can ask her.
We'll be able to drill her with all the questions, get all the spoilers in the scoop.
Right. Guys, with that being...
She's not as good as hiding it.
Oh, but it'll be fun. I mean, like, as long as it's character analysis, I think people will understand and we'll be good. Is Nat back next week? I don't know. We need to ask her. I need to ask her when she's finally back and open to it. I know she's been going through the Rona, suffering with the virus lately, so it's been taking a big hit in her health. With that though, guys, I have homework to catch up to because I really don't even have time anymore throughout the day. So I appreciate you all. Guys, show that love and support to SB. Make sure to follow him everywhere and vote on his poll, please, ladies and gentlemen.